Good morning, my wonderful friends. Welcome to Wednesday Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it is National Day of Happiness, which I think is absolutely worth celebrating. Happy National Day of Happiness. Let's do what makes us happy. Let's sew, let's talk about fabric, let's enjoy what we do. Let's eat cake, let's drink tea, let's do our early bird. In fact, I got to tell you, I've got two early birds, and we're going to start with the rulers. We're going to start with the rulers. I've got two rulers. It's a two-ruler bundle. It's a two-ruler special, and it's creative grids, need I say more? You know, I can't believe this is our early bird, because it's such a fab deal. Well, that's why it's our early bird. It's a fab deal. It's super useful. You've got your 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. This is absolutely perfect for your scrap quilting, fat quarter quilting. When you're using smaller pieces of fabric, use a smaller ruler. When you're doing your sort of cutting down from a strip set, use a smaller ruler. It's easier to handle, super accurate. You've got all your grippy dots. You've got really clear measurements. It's fantastic creative grids quality. So you're getting that, but you're also getting the 6.5 inch square ruler. I've said this many times. Once you've got your 6 by 24 inch ruler, your next step should be a square ruler and a smaller rectangular ruler. It's the perfect pairing. Half square and quarter square triangles, again, scrap quilting, squaring up your blocks. Now, I've never seen this bundle go lower. We're about to drop the price because it's our early bird, so let's just do it. Let's increase the happiness. You're saving £5 on this bundle. It's $33.98 for something I believe every single quilter should have in their stash. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Hilary says, happy National Day of Happiness, Stuart. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Good morning to everyone. And let's just keep the happiness going. This is a great deal. You've got your 12.5 by 6.5 inch ruler. You've got your 6.5 inch square too. They're both creative grids. And what does that mean? Well, fabulous quality, beautifully designed, covered in non-slip dots, and also all the way around the edge, there's a non-slip coating, which means that when you put your ruler on your fabric, it's not going to slip and slide all over the place. It's going to stay put while you make your cut. So no missed cuts, no inaccurate cuts. You've also got lovely clear measurements in black and white. I find them most easy to read on fabric. I've got fewer than 30 of this bundle left. Vayan's messaged in to say, morning, Stuart, how are you? I've started the day very happily. I was even happy to wake up at 4:30 this morning, you know? Because the alternative's awful, right? Not waking up. I mean, 4:30, you know. I don't know. But hey, once you're up, you're up. And also, isn't it lovely that it's getting lighter in the mornings now? That makes me happy. What makes you happy? A good deal to start the day? I think so. A creative grid bundle certainly makes me happy. I've got fewer than 25 left. Mo's messaged in to say, morning, handsome. I will very much take that. Thank you, Mo. Good morning to you, lovely. How are things in Scotland? You've got your grids, creative grids ruler. I think the smaller one is ideal for things like smaller pieces of fabric. So I always have my two. I've got my 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, which I use for cutting fabric off the bolt, kind of selvage to selvage, and my strips and borders. But once I've done that, if I'm cutting down squares, rectangles, smaller pieces, I'm going to go for my 6.5 by 12.5 because it's just so much easier to turn and manipulate in your hands. It's quicker, it's easier. Just using a smaller ruler can cut your cutting time down and get you to the fun stuff quicker. So that's awesome. It's also got your angle lines on, exactly the same that you would expect on the 24-inch version. So everything there, but in that half size. Then you've also got your 6.5-inch square ruler, which is absolutely perfect for squaring up half square and quarter square triangles. Big fan of doing that these days, so much more accurate. But also brilliant, again, for scrap quilting. If you've got those odd shapes and sizes of fabrics in your stash that won't just sit under a nice big ruler, perfect for that. Squaring up blocks, backgrounds, alternate blocks, absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. I've got fewer than 20 of the bundle left now. If you want to go for this, be quick. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Look at your jazzy shirt. Can I just mention, this, okay, is coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. It's called the Boho Shacket. It's a brand new design by our Hayley West. I have absolutely fallen in love with this, and I am desperate now to make one because I love this style. It's gender neutral, it's for men, it's for women. Absolutely cool. It's really comfortable. This is coming up with the fabrics at 9 o'clock. Also, good morning to Kate, who says, good morning all. What makes me happy? Seeing the lovely Stuart on Sewing Street while enjoying a good coffee. Have a great day. Ah, Kate. Definitely yes to the coffee. And Jill says, morning, Stuart. Is that Hayley's jacket you're wearing? Yes, it is, but I'm hoping it might be mine. Mary from the East. Oh, it's Welsh Mary. Morning, Welsh Mary. She says, good morning, gorgeous boy. It's always a great start to the day when you're on, but I always spend too much when you are on. How are the baby animals? Well, they're doing great, Mary. We've got lovely little goat kids that are no longer little. They're great big chunky little things, gorgeous. And we've also got 2 lambs so far. We had 2 on Saturday. Nothing since, although the day is young and I am on lamb alert. So Charlie will let me know if any more are born. I'll keep you posted. All is well. Now, our first early bird of the day is a Creative Grids ruler bundle. Fewer than 20 options left. You get the 12.5-inch by 6.5-inch ruler and a 6.5-inch square. I mean, how fabulous is this? Taking money off, you're saving a £5. It's $33.98 for something you will use and use and use and use. Absolutely fantastic to get it in your stash. Pop that to one side for now. I've got a second early bird. Thank you, Charlie. Love those birds. These are the Cottage Mills ruler lips. And I thought, ruler lip? What's this? Brand new. Let me show you what they are. So you can use them, you can use your ruler lips to join 2 rulers. Now, how useful is this? Because I tell you what, sometimes, often in fact, I join 2 rulers if I'm cutting borders, okay? So, absolutely, so when I'm measuring, so obviously you're not going to cut along this edge, but when I'm measuring things like my borders or larger squares or pieces for maybe dressmaking or bag making, I will put 2 rulers together. There's always a bit of slipping and sliding going on. With the ruler lips, this is going to hold for measuring. So you could put 2 24-inch rulers together. Now you've got a 48-inch ruler. How useful would that be? But also, and they are really, really sturdy when they're on. That takes a reasonable amount to get them back off again. But the other way you use them is so that you can use your ruler a little bit like a T-square. So here's your board. Okay, and with your ruler lip, this now sits on the edge and isn't going to slip, it can't slip and slide across your mat. So to stabilise your ruler when you're making your, I mean, what a cool product is that? How useful. Did you see the price drop? It happened before, I didn't even see it happen. It's £7.99. It's a £2 saving. I think this is a very useful bit of kit, actually. And I love the fact that I can join 2 rulers together so easily. Literally, all you've got to do is put the 2 together, okay? And they are, you know, and this is the point, really. They do grip really well. So slide it onto one, and then butt up, slide it onto the other, and then just repeat the process on the other side. So push them on, and now you've got a nice stable ruler. I just think that's so cool, yeah, for doing your measuring, especially, as I say, things like border strips, you know, bigger squares, bigger rectangles. I think it's great. But also as well, along the bottom of the cutting mat, again, how useful is that? In fact, I'm just going to take that off that one there. I'm going to pop it on the bottom of this smaller ruler, because this is just fab. So then you've got your fabric, and you literally just move along to the next cut. Yeah, so you can have your fabric just so easy. Quarter of this stock has gone. This is a brand new product that we were so excited about. We wanted to bring straight to early bird, because early birds are not always about, oh, you've seen this before, but here's a great price. Sometimes it's about saying, we've got this amazing new product. We want you to try this. We want you to get this home. We want you to try this and see how it works for you. And of course, the thing is as well, it's not something that's permanently fixed to your ruler. So one set, maybe two sets, and you can use them on all of your rulers, but you can also use them on your squares. You can use them on your maybe hexagon or triangle rulers as well. If you've got templates, so long as they are that sort of 1/8 of an inch thick perspex, like our rotary cutting rulers and templates are, they will fit. And it doesn't matter as well if it's sort of slightly hanging off the edges, if it's a slightly smaller template. I've got some really, really well priced So Easy templates actually at 11 o'clock that I know you're going to like. They would also fit on those. So I'll keep these handy and use them a bit later on. Great price, $7.99. That's a real try me price, isn't it? Great to make that saving of £2. Loads of you trying them, and actually now half the brand new stock spoken for. Check out your baskets, won't you? Make sure you get these home, give them a try, and let us know what you think. Really sturdy as well. You can use them to join rulers together. You can use them to create a T-square effect that will grip the bottom edge of your mat. I'm using a rotating cutting mat here, but they do exactly the same job on your regular cutting mats as well. They just grip along the edge, allowing you to slide your ruler along. Or indeed, you could use it on the side of your ruler, and then you've got this sort of vertical movement. Again, this might be about cutting, cross-cutting little strips or squares. You may feel this more comfortable for you. Use this how you will. Make it work for you. Liz has got in touch to say, happiness, happiness, the greatest gift that we possess. Ah, Liz, that was Ken Dodd. Ken Dodd, wasn't it? Everyone in the gallery is saying, who? Who? If they were born before 2000, they don't have a clue. They don't know. They don't know. Alana says, morning, Stuart. Baby Simon has missed you. Oh, good morning, Simon. Oh, Simon's my youngest fan, 7 months old. We're starting young on Sewing Street, don't we, Alana? When he heard your voice, he stopped what he was doing. Hope you had a great holiday, Alana and baby Simon. Oh, Alana, I wish it was a holiday. I was working at home. I was writing my new book. I'm cracking on. I'm cracking on. Always keeping busy. 2 early birds today. Creative Grids ruler bundle. And also the ruler lips. Both very, very popular. The ruler lips, rather fabulous. Yeah. What lovely lips. Let's do the menu, shall we? Before I get into trouble. 8 a.m. We've got quilt kits you will love. You will love. At 9 a.m. Hello. Hello. It's The Shacket. It's the Boho Shacket with Hayley West. I'm super excited. 9 o'clock. We've got some lovely fabrics too. At 10 a.m. we've got Quilting Tools galore, and I have got some really, really good prices on So Easy templates, so stick around for that. At 11 o'clock we've got Handmade by Hayley, a smorgasbord of gorgeous, crafty loveliness. And then at 12 o'clock, I'm super excited. John launched the Elna 782 just a couple of weeks ago. I also had the training, which was amazing. It is an amazing sewing machine with the holy grail that comes with the machine, which is the ASR. That stands for Accurate Stitch Regulation. It's free motion quilting with completely regulated stitch length. It's amazing. I'm going to be doing a demo at 12 o'clock. You're going to love it. It's a fabulous machine. That's an exciting morning. Let's get started. Let's launch into it. Of course, if you want to shop with us, there are several ways you can do it. You can call our call centre on 0800 001 4433, UK based, in the building with us, lovely bunch. You can also go to and use our app. I've got the app. I often watch John while I'm lying in bed, gloating that he's up and I'm not. But also you can go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, and once you get there, click on Watch Live, and then do exactly that. While you're watching us live, you can send us a message. Can we watch live? Thank you. Thank you. You can send us a message there, which we love. Please send in messages. I felt very lonely yesterday because Facebook wasn't working. And then we've got 2 columns, today's show deals, that's everything we've already seen. And then coming up on today's show, look at all these lovely kits. We have got some beautiful kits, and lots of them are last 1 or last 2. So it's going to get very, very fast and furious. Oh my goodness, that's the Liberty store. Oh, that is beautiful. I didn't realise, but Liberty was actually started by a man whose surname was Liberty. That was his surname. I just thought it was a lovely name, but it was actually his surname. Anyway, we've got the green machine. We've got the Husqvarna Viking Amber Overlocker. There's the Tula Shacket. There's 4 different options of how to make it. Plain, with multi-panels, with strip panels, or with patchwork. Super cool. Loads of lovely fabric, including, look, the Utopia. It's recycled as well. I love that fabric. And also in the pink. That is gorgeous. $6.50 a half metre. I bought something very similar. I paid a lot more. I paid a lot more. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. More of Hayley's show later. There's the, sorry, easy quilting, not so easy. Easy quilting templates. Have a look through the website. We've got absolutely loads on today. Crushed walnut shells, hello. Oh, Elna bobbins. The Elna bobbins, sorry. I got excited about the bobbins because I need more bobbins. I do need more bobbins. But also, let's go to the 782. Oh my goodness, we're going to be doing a price drop. It is an amazing machine. It is an amazing machine. And wait till you see the ASR in action. It is so cool. Everybody wants one. Everybody wants one. I know you do. I know you do. It's great. It's great. Cool. Sewing theme fabric. Nice. Like that. Quilters tape. Love that. Loads of lovely tools. That's going to be dropping in price. That's going to be dropping in price. That's going to drop in price. Moda, yes, layer cake. That's also going to drop in price. Absolutely fab. Guess what? That's going to drop in price too. I love it. I love it. Donna's got in touch. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my darling. Good morning. And Jeanette says, morning, Stuart, looking resplendent in that lovely shacket. Thank you. I'm feeling good in it. Yes, Ken Dodd and his tickle stick. Loved him. By Jove, Mrs. It's a good day. Then you never knew what you would get after that. Absolutely. Ordered the early bird ruler lips. Fab idea. I know, it's a fab idea. I'm just slightly uncomfortable about a ruler having lips. But anyway, Carol says, good morning, Stuart. Jan says, good morning, Stuart, and all. Oh, it's so lovely to have your company. It's so lovely that Facebook's working. And it's so lovely that this hour we've got quilt kits you'll love. Shall we start with the quilt that's behind me? Oh, my goodness, I want this quilt, and I want it now. This is fab. Now, this was originally on in 2022. We managed to reorder some more because it had sold out. This is right up my street. Now, we did a crashed price in 2022. Now, a lot has changed since 2022, especially prices of things, and none of it's very good. It's all the prices have gone up. But do you know what we're going to do? We're going to match the price that we did as a crashed price in 2022, and this is what you're going to pay. Wow, I like it. $159.99. That is awesome. This is a gorgeous quilt, isn't it? We've only got a handful, but it's a gorgeous quilt. This is going to fit a double bed beautifully. Single bed, double bed. It would drape beautifully over the end of a king-size bed as well, if you've one of those. It would also look amazing on a sofa. Absolutely beautiful William Morris fabrics from Free Spirit throughout. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I do need to let you know this is a very, very limited stock item. I've got 2 available. Well done if you've already got yours. This was a reorder of stock which had sold out very, very quickly. We're honouring the 2022 price. It's 2024 now. Prices of everything have gone up, including fabrics. We all know that. But here on Sewing Street, we're doing you the best deal. It's called William. The quilt itself is 164 centimetres by 206. I've only got one available. It is so gorgeous. This is beginner level. It's a beginner level quilt. It's very simple. It's basically a framed square, a square in the centre, a wide square around, a wide frame around it, and then a narrow frame around it. And then those blocks put together with sashing. There are 15 of you with this in your baskets, but there's only one available. I'm just going to touch the tissue like that because it's going to go in any second. Susan says, good morning, Stuart and team, from Sue and Isla, who is waiting for the school gate to open. Happy sewing. Is Isla waiting excitedly? Is Isla ready for a good day at school? I hope so. I hope so. Have a great day, both of you. Another message from Wilma. She says, most beautiful shirt ever for the best presenter ever. Oh, thank you. You look great, Stuart. Thank you. Happy days. Oh, Wilma, you'll get enough. Big kiss for that. Thank you. I love this shacket. I just think it's gorgeous, and there are so many different options available, all in one pattern. It's brand new from Hayley West at 9 o'clock today, and we've got these very fabrics. I feel great in it. Right, that's William, literally the last one. Well done if you've managed to check out your basket on that already, but literally there's 20 of you wanting the last one. Okay, next up. Yeah, right. This is called Morris Stars to You. Now, here's the kit. Come over here. Let me show you the quilt. We didn't have space to hang it all. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a Bethlehem Star quilt. Absolutely magnificent. Size-wise, it's about, 220 centimetres square. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's one big block, 86.6 inches square. Here, actually, can we just show the picture of the whole? Absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful. There's one left. Let me just tell you that you are not piecing diamonds. You are sewing straight strips together in a strip set, offsetting the ends, ruler on, cut strip sets, and then sew them together. It is confident beginner, to intermediate level. It is, I've made a Lone Star or a Bethlehem Star, different names for the same quilt, but it is well within your capabilities if you are a confident patchworker. $299.99, I think we can do a whole lot better than that. We've got one remaining. Let's do you a really special price. That's a third off. That's a third off. $199.99. You're saving a whopping £100. And it's the last one. It's going to go. It's flying into baskets. It's $199.99. Hayley West has messaged in to say, I am getting that shirt back, aren't I? Should we vote on it, folks? Should we do a vote? Should Stuart get to keep the shacket? I mean, it's International Day of Happiness, and this would make me very happy. Fiona says, oh, don't you look good? Suits you, sir. Well, you can make your own, my love. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Well done. Well done. Well done. Ah, fab. Shall we do? Let's do the lovely star. Now, I hate to keep repeating myself, but I've only got one of these. Now, this is the lovely star in light. Absolutely gorgeous. Amazing, actually, how it's, of course, very traditional fabric, but how contemporary does that look? It looks so contemporary. Now, I've got the multicoloured version of this quilt. I haven't got the finished quilt, but just to give you an idea of the size, this is all made with half square triangles. So although it has a sort of similar look to the lovely star, the Lone Star, Bethlehem Star, this is all made out of half square triangles. I'm going to disappear. Don't panic. I will come back. Hiya. Hiya. I've seen that on the internet. Stop making me laugh. Right, no, that is gorgeous. But this is in the light version, and I just think this is gorgeous. It's so contemporary. If your interior is kind of greys, creams, tans, those lovely neutrals, which, I mean, a lot of people's are. I've got lots of the rooms in my house are neutral. And then I love to add a little bit of extra pattern with my quilts. But here you've got that lovely soft calm palette. Just beautiful. Because although when I think of William Morris, I think of those kind of rich browns, greens, reds. There are some beautiful neutrals, putty, stone, limestone. These are gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You've got that little bit of colour in there. If you're, maybe you're making a quilt for somebody who's in a new home, just a lovely, calm, gentle, soft palette. We're crashing the price. You're making a whopping saving there, $124.99. That looks to me like a £55 saving. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. I've literally got one of these left. 64-inch square quilt, so perfect for topping a double or a queen-size bed, throwing over the back of a sofa. This would also look absolutely beautiful as a wall quilt, wouldn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Morning, Stuart. Great you're on for a few days. You have a calming voice and great at demos. Make me feel like I can do that. Ah, that's from Collector in Lancashire. Thank you so much. Do you know, I have to deal with so much sarcasm in my ear from Hannah, our producer. She loves me really. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm looking forward actually very much to showing you how to use the ASR, the Accurate Stitch Regulator on the new Elna 782. It's awesome. I'm going to be showing you quilting without, with the darning foot, yeah, and then quilting with the ASR, and showing you the difference, how it can transform your quilting. Helen's got in touch from County Durham to say, morning, lovely Stuart. Thumbs up for you keeping the shacket. You look great. Yes, let's do a campaign. I want one of those things where you like click yes or no. Should Stuart get to keep the shacket? It's awful, isn't it? I will give it back. I will give it back. I'm going to make my own. I'm going to make my own because this, I just love this combination. I do need a slightly larger size, don't I? It's almost there. And if I wasn't wearing, I don't know, look, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, pot. Did you like that? Hi, everyone. Oh, you wouldn't want to make me angry. It's more than enough of that. More than enough of that. Right. I've got one of these quilts remaining. There are 15 of you with it in your baskets. It's called Lovely Star in the light colourway. This is that gorgeous kind of putty stone, limestone, beautiful neutral. Stuart, you look amazing. Definitely keep the jacket. Debs, thank you, my darling. Love it. Absolutely love it. Versatile as well. The shacket pattern is coming up. It's brand new at 9 o'clock with Hayley West. Can't wait for that show. Right now, we're doing quilt kits you'll love, and you are loving them. They're flying out. There's one of these kits, and over 20 of you now with it in your basket. So you know what John says? Check out, check out, check out. Right, I've got one more, and it's called Morris Mountains. And it is a lovely, essentially trip around the world quilt. I don't have the finished quilt, but I will show you a picture. This is how it looks. Oh, gorgeous. Almost got a sort of, it's a bit like a granny square almost, isn't it? It's got almost a crochet look to it. And easy, beginner level, absolutely beautiful way of showing off these wonderful William Morris fabrics. Now, it's a big quilt, but easy, simple. It's 211 by 211, and look at this price. Yes, please. £179.99. That is a £30 saving. Sorry, £50 saving. £50 saving. Yeah, 83 inches square, perfect as a bed quilt, whether you're double, single, twin, queen, king, it's going to fit all of those. It's going to look great. Now, all of these fabrics, lots of people do William Morris fabrics, but these are all made by Free Spirit. And we know Free Spirit quality. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful quality fabrics. Someone's already had a little fumble with these. Oh, now I'm going to dive in. Look at the wodge. I mean, oh, I love a big wodge of fabric. These are delicious. And again, it is that beautiful, cool, neutral palette with a little bit of warmth in there from the sort of tan, the gold, and a little bit of this lovely soft blue that just adds that definition. Gorgeous. Love these fabrics. And there's so many beautiful prints in there. So you've got that little bit of definition, and you can see that in the quilt here in these darker rings that just add a little bit of definition, help to border the quilt, contain the quilt, and also draw your eye inwards as well, but then softened by all these lovely neutrals. So I think this is going to fit really into any interior. Oh. Do you know, I want this just for the fabric. Absolutely lovely. I'm running out of table because there's so much fabric in the kit. Love, love, love that one. The golden willow. Oh, who doesn't love gold? I mean, that is stunning. What a palette. What a beautiful palette. And as I say, this is beginner level, although the quilt is large, you know. So the only thing that you have to take into account if you are a beginner is you're working on a large piece. So lay it out on the floor, lay it out on a bed when you're putting it together. Take lots of pictures on your phone, keep track, and then you're going to make it in diagonal rows. And I've just done a quilt like this actually last week, very similar. You can either piece it into two halves and then join the two halves together, or you can piece it into thirds or even quarters and then piece the whole thing together. Very easy, very straightforward. This is the last one we have. Last one we'll be getting. And don't forget, you are making a £50 saving on that. Oh, hello. An extra £10 off. I love it. £60 saving. £169.99 for that. I've got some more quilt kits to show. Come on, come on. Come with me, come with me. Here we go. Right. We've done William. We've done William Morris. We've done William Morris. We're going to start with mixed cherries. Let me move this out of the way. Right, we're going to start with this quilt here, which is called Mixed Cherries. Now, talk about now for something completely different. This is about juicy cherry ripe colour. How pretty is this? I've got one of these kits left. You're going to love the price. It should be $159.99. We're going way under 100, $89.99. There's loads of you with this in your basket. There's still three-way split pay. What's up? Oh, $29.99 to get this quilt kit home. Oh my goodness, what a deal. What a deal. Fiona says, well done, Hayley. Just shows how versatile your new pattern is. That's the Tula Shacket, which I've been modelling. Elaine says the shacket suits you so well. I think you should keep it. No, she doesn't say that. Steph says, morning, Stuart. First I thought it was Hayley. Fab top. She'll be here soon enough. Mixed cherries, I've got one left. You're making a whopping saving. That looks like, how much is that a saving? 60, £80 saving? £70 saving. I'm terrible at maths these days. It's gone. It's Dan. I can't look at it anymore. You have to take it away. It's too disappointing. Thank you. Right, Purple Rain. You know what I'm going to do now, don't you? Oh, you don't? Purple rain, purple rain. Okay, I'll get to that. Tim Holtz, Timmy Ho. This is Croc Jungle. Now, I demoed this a few weeks ago. Here's the quilt. Love, love, love the croc fabric. It is so good. Worn croc, it's called, which is something I think often in the morning when I look in the mirror. I think, worn croc. It's gorgeous. It's the only Tim Holtz quilt kit that we've got today. It should be $189.99. You're going to pay $149 today. That is a £40 saving, and of that I am sure. Now, this is a big quilt. Let me show you. It's made from strips and squares and triangles. It's really easy. It looks really complicated, and that's really because it's a very, very clever design. But you don't need to do anything particularly special. You're working on it block by block, and it's got this wonderful kind of woven look. Wow. Look at that. I love that this is kind of warm and got a kind of masculine look to it, hasn't it? And have a look at the blocks. How cool and clever are these? It's really quite hard to see where the block is, but let me just show you. So here is the block right here, okay? But I just love the way it joins up and you start to see, do you see this big block? Yeah? And everything's kind of interwoven and intermingled and entangled. I just think it's so clever. But actually what you do when you're making this block is, it's a square block, but when you're putting it together, you kind of put it together on point. So here's the block again. So you have sections like this, like this, like this. And of course, as soon as I say that, then it's quite easy to see that this is a half square triangle and a square and a square and a strip and a half square triangle. You know, once you break it down, it's actually very, very simple. You're making an amazing saving, £40 saving today. You're paying £149.99. Last chance to get these quilt kits. It really is last chance saloon. Michaela's got in touch to say, morning, lovely Stuart. I am loving your outfit today. 70s vibe. A festival vibe too, I think. This is gone. This is gone. This is gone. Wow. We are having a busy morning. Really busy morning. I'll be back, don't worry. Hello. Did you think I'd gone? Are we doing Love Overload? Love Overload. Now, this very special price should be £169.99. Can we do the crash straight away? Let's do it. Let's go under 100. There it is, £99.99. This is absolutely beautiful. I would like to ignore the fact that it's called Love Overload, simply because, have a look at the fabrics. So for me, this is just a beautiful selection of kind of Civil War reproduction style fabrics in beautiful shades of raspberry and pink. Okay, you've got this gorgeous border fabric, this soft pink, this beautiful raspberry, a little bit of paisley there, some little ditzes. No kind of hearts, no cupids, no love themes. It actually comes from a range of fabric called Valentine Wishes. And actually that name is a big reason why you're making such a massive saving, £70 saving. It's just a gorgeous collection. It's a huge benefit. You're making this quilt. It's 140 centimetres square. I'm thinking that's about 62 inches, something like that. I might measure it, actually, just to prove I've got 55 inches square thereabouts. And it's just a lovely selection of fabrics. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. You just like seeing me have to put the sleeve back on. Wow, amazing. Everything's selling out. Everything's selling out. Okay, that's gone. Purple rain, purple rain. Let's get the crash in quick. Let's do it quick. Should be £149.99. Not today. Not today. Oh, stop it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? £44.99. This is awesome. I love this. Do you need a quick quilt? You could make this in a weekend. Quilted, bound the lot. £44.99. That's amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Demoed on the 6th of March. The 6th of March. That is super cute. Brilliant baby quilt. £44.99. I can't believe that price. That is amazing. Massively oversubscribed. We'll move on. We will move on. Let's pretend that never happened. Okay, what's next? Crazy patchwork fun. Yes, crazy fun sampler. I'm just thinking about where the bundles are. Is it in a box? Oh, make it. Ah, yes, I have. Sorry. Yes, I have. Okay, right. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. So this is called Crazy Fun Sampler and got loads of different blocks. Loads of fun. You can make it with a 10-inch or a 5-inch charm pack. There's a small version and then there's a large version. So you make rail fence, 4-patch, 9-patch snowballs, pinwheels, diamond squares, square in a diamond, strips, mini half square triangles, log cabin, courthouse steps, improv star, and whole square. That's amazing. That's amazing. Look at that. Absolutely superb. Gosh, I love that. From Sarah Brangwyn. She does excellent instructions. Really cool. $9.99 for the pattern. You could take any one or two of those blocks, repeat them and make a quilt, but you could also make the whole sampler. You could use your scraps or you could get one of our kits. We've got 2 available in the show. The other thing, of course, is, I don't know about you, but I cannot resist charm packs and layer cakes when I see them. It's just that, ooh, gorgeous little chunk of goodness, and I need them. But then afterwards I think, what am I going to do with this? I mean, it never stops me buying them, but even so, lovely to have a pattern that uses them. You can do the small version with your 5-inch charm and then the large version with your layer cake. Once you've got this pattern, think about how now you'll never look at a layer cake or a charm pack ever again and think, I don't know what I'd do with it. You know exactly what you do with it. Love it. Really good. Really good. Love that. Loads of different patterns within there. Lots and lots of different techniques. Really like the improv star. Can you see that? It's a kind of wonky improvised star. That's a lot of fun. Fab. $9.99 for that. Now I've got 2 different bundles. Let's do pixels. So these kits will make the smaller variation. And the small version, oh, fab, yeah. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. I love that. Right, so if you add up all of these elements, it'd be over £30. Over £35, because you've got your pattern, $9.99. You've got your metre of cream solid, and then you've also got your charm pack. This is called Pixel by Rashida Coleman Hale for Ruby Star Society. Really lovely kind of modern print there. That's gorgeous. Love the colour. Oh, wow. Love that. Love those mustards. Absolutely gorgeous. Donna's got in touch from West Midlands to say, morning everyone. I bought this pattern when I first started sewing so that I could practice all the different techniques. That's such a good idea, really good. And also as well, Donna, you got to make loads of different blocks. I mean, I didn't make a log cabin block until I'd been quilting for about 25 years and then wondered why I'd never made one sooner. So it's a great way of trying out loads of different techniques. You've got your charm pack. You've got your metre of solid fabric. You've got your pattern. You can make the small version. Great fun. Great fun. Great deal as well. $24.99 for that. Now I've also got a second set. I like this. Over £35 worth of value here. You've got your metre of, what colour is that? Paprika, thought as much. You've got your pattern. And then you've got another Ruby Star. This is Alexia Marcel Abeg called Heirloom. I'm going to open this up. Let's have a little look at this charm pack. I love this colourway, love this version. Let's have a look at some of these fabrics. Obviously, you've got multiples of some of them. Oh, this is really nice. I love this. I want the charm pack. Get it in this bundle, of course. Oh, wow. Oh, these prints are absolutely gorgeous. Oh, that pink's lovely. This is really nice, isn't it? Oh, look at the cactus. I repotted my aloe vera at the weekend. I'll just offer that out there. When I bought it, it was about this big, right? It was tiny. It was a little tiny thing. And now it's that big. It's massive. And I mostly bought it so that I could do Inktense colouring, because I thought I'll, you know, occasionally have one of the leaves. It's a bit nasty, isn't it? But I look after it well, so, you know, fair's fair. These are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Beautiful, beautiful fabric. Oh, nice. Now we're getting into the brights. Look at these. Oh, gosh, I'd love to make a little quilt with this. Absolutely stunning range of prints. Oh, yes, very nice. Very nice indeed. Now, have a look behind me. Do you see on the left of Sarah, at the bottom, that's this colourway. That's stunning. You can see also as well in the background, if you've got different charm packs or scraps, you could use scraps to make this, just how versatile it is. And just, it looks lively, it looks wonderful. 14th of March, if you want to look back and watch that show. Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Love it. Love it. See, I lay them all out and then I have to pick them all back up again. I'll do a very quick job. There we go. Love these fabrics. This is from Sarah Brangwyn. Last kits available, though. If you want any of these kits, you know you're going to have to be so quick. There's fewer than 20 of these. Ah, thank you, Sarah, just pointing at the quilt. There it is. This is what you're making. This right here. Love that. Don't forget as well, you'll have the pattern to use again and again, and it's a great scrap buster as well. Would team very nicely actually with one of our early birds this morning, the Creative Grids ruler bundle. Have we still got any of those left? Yeah. If you missed it, 6.5-inch square, 6.5 by 12.5 ruler. Catherine, who's in Derbyshire, says, "Good morning, Stuart. I also bought this pattern to learn to quilt. Looking forward to setting it up and giving it a go. Great to see you again." Thank you, Catherine. It's great to be back. And you won't regret it. Once you're in patchwork, that's it. Game over. Everything else. Morning, Stuart. Newish to quilting, so I've bought this pattern for the practice. Are you wearing Hayley's Shacket? I don't like the way people keep calling this Hayley's Shacket. Stuart's Shacket. It is actually hers. Yeah, you're right. I am. This is the Tula or Boho Shacket. This launches in about 10 minutes here on Sewing Street. Hayley West is in the building. The pattern's already selling. We have these fabrics, this denim, this amazing fabric called Utopia. This is the green-blue version. We've also got it in a pink version. It is delicious. And you can buy, mix and match your fabrics to your heart's content. We'll tell you how much fabric you need for your shacket, for your different sizes. That launches in about 10 minutes. And I love it. I love it. Okay. One more time on the pattern. It's from Maiden Making, our very own Sarah Brangwyn. It is the Crazy Fun Sampler. This is an opportunity to learn techniques for rail fence, 4-patch, 9-patch, snowball, pinwheel, diamond square, square in diamond strips, mini half square triangles, log cabins, courthouse steps, and improv stars. All of that for $9.99, and you get 2 different sizes of quilt. The small quilt using a charm pack and fabric, and the larger version which uses a 10-inch layer cake, or of course you can use your scraps. Well, now we do have some 10-inch layer cakes coming up in the 10 o'clock show, and we've also got a 5-inch charm pack as well in that hour. I know that we're going to be doing some special deals on fabric in that hour, so if you want to get ahead, then do. And if we've got any of the pattern left, we'll keep that for 10 o'clock as well. But you might want to jump on the website and grab your layer cake in advance. I can already hear Hayley's Overlocker warming up over there. She's getting ready to make me a shacket. Make me a shacket, Hayley. or I'm keeping the one I'm wearing. I'll end up licking it. I'll just lick it and then you won't want it back. Ooh, nasty. That's not how we do things here, Stuart. We don't do things like that. We make our own, don't we? We make our own. Karen says, morning, Stuart. My crazy fun kit arrived yesterday. Looking forward to getting started when I feel better. Oh, Karen, you're not feeling so great? Power to you. Hope you're feeling well soon. There's a kiss. Keep going through for your crazy fun sampler. Loads of you have gone for this. It's a really fab opportunity, actually, to get loads of different new techniques under your belt. Now, oh, let me show you this. The Alice Caroline. Oh, yes. This is amazing. This is amazing. So this is brand new from Alice Caroline, and it's the Liberty Building wall hanging. Now, if you bought this anywhere else, you'd be paying over £90 for it. $79.99 from us today. This is very special. It is the building. If you've ever been to London and you've been to the Liberty shop, it's iconic. It's absolutely iconic. It is worth going to just to see the beauty of the architecture. Actually, all of the wood, did you know this? All of the wood from the Liberty building came from two ships. Two ships were dismantled. Two ships. And it's amazing when you start. I love to stand on one of they're all like mezzanines, and you can look up and you can look down, and it's just a stunning, stunning space. I used to teach quite often at the sewing school in Liberty. They closed it down a few years ago, which was a shame, but I loved teaching there. It was so much fun. And of course, I always spent a fortune. You would spend over £90 for this kit if you bought it anywhere else, but here it's $79.99. So it is the building rendered in Liberty, Tana lawn, appliqued to a base of Wiltshire shadow. Isn't that absolutely stunning? The finished wall hanging is 20.5 inches by 25.5 inches, or 52 by 64.7 centimetres. So absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to show you the fabric inside. So lovely. You get the full pattern, of course. And, well, I say pattern, it's really like a book. Amazing. Let me just move that off there. So here's your pattern pack. And I mean, look, these are all your full-size templates and all of your instructions. It was demonstrated on Saturday, just gone. Absolutely brand new. It is gorgeous, isn't it? And just look at these fabrics. So you've got your backing. Oh, lovely. This is Hessian. This front here, to give the sort of stone, this like the render, yeah. This is done in Hessian. And then you've got the Emily Bell for the background. And then, look, you've got all these beautiful Tana lords. I love that print so much. And loads of them are tucked underneath, hiding. You get all these beautiful Liberty fabrics. It's absolutely iconic. The building's iconic. The fabrics are iconic, instantly recognisable. It's just absolutely beautiful. That's pretty much brand new. It was only launched on Saturday. You can still get your kit, and you're making a saving buying here at Sewing Street. Would be over £90 anywhere else. So absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've been teasing this fabulous shacket for the last hour. I never want to take it off. Loads of you have found it. Loads of you have started buying your fabrics. We'll tell you how to get involved after the break. Hayley West will be joining me with the launch of the shacket. See you after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello there. It is wonderful to have your company on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it is International Day of Happiness. Now, lots of things make me happy. One of the things that really makes me happy is gorgeous colour, spending time in my sewing room, making gorgeous things, and wearing bright clothes, which can be really hard to find, or different, distinct clothing. Not anymore, thanks to you, Hayley West.
Oh, bless you. It makes me happy to be here with you.
It's wonderful to have your company, Hayley.
Oh, thank you.
Really looked forward to today's launch. I'm so excited because it's the launch of the Shacket.
It is. It is.
Half the stock's already gone on
Oh, wow.
pre-order. I need to start by telling you that. Half the stock of a brand new dressmaking pattern from our very own Hayley West has already sold out completely, so you've got limited chances now. It's the Tula Shacket. I've been wearing it all morning, and I do think that's helped.
It looks good.
I mean, you know, I'm not known for my modelling abilities, but I love it. I think it's so much fun. And look at these different ways you can wear it. There's so many different versions, aren't there, Hayley?
That's it. You've actually got 3 versions within the same pattern, so it's almost like you've got 3 different options of how you want to make it. You can make it all in the same fabric. You can kind of choose 2 fabrics, which are the version that Stuart and I am wearing, or you can do the one that you just looked at with the Tim Holtz fabric, where you literally use different fabrics for different panels. And on the sleeve, I've actually pieced some fabrics as well.
Love that. Really cool. Imagine doing this in really pretty, sort of shabby chic fabrics, and you could add little lace trims, maybe motifs that you've cut out of other fabric. You could add appliques, little pearl buttons. I mean, there's so many different ways that you could interpret this pattern, but you could equally make this out of a tapestry fabric or a denim.
I'm a little bit obsessed with these, and I went to Sewing for Pleasure at the NEC, and I bought more fabric. David said, like, do you need any more fabric? But yes, I have. And also, I'm looking forward to actually...
Who said that?
My other half.
Name
and shame, David.
David, come on.
You can never
Don't
have
be
too
that
much
guy.
fabric.
Don't be that guy.
But do you know what I'm looking forward to doing as well? Cutting out the panels and then actually putting them into my embroidery hoop and actually embroidering on them before I make the garment.
Yes, absolutely. And like, have you seen as well on Hayley's? Hayley, we need to see a bit of closer look.
Okay.
Look
I'm
at
on
the
my tippy
lace
toes.
that's added and the sort of like frayed denim down there. Love that.
That's it. So that's literally using the pieces that are in the pattern rather than actually folding them over and top stitching them in place. I've top stitched, but then I've kind of just roughed up the edge there. Use a little bit of lace. Now this shows how easy it is to adapt this pattern because the pocket is longer on this version because I was using a scrap of lace and I didn't have enough to go right the way to the top. So I just elongated the pocket, and there is actually going to be a video. I filmed it. I haven't uploaded it yet, but different ways that you can kind of tweak up the pattern
Gorgeous.
as well. So it's featuring
Will you show
this
us the
one.
back of your Shacket as well, please? Look, that fabric, how cool. Look at the frayed edge around the yoke as well. How cool. How cool. Over 100 of the pattern have sold out, more in baskets than we actually have available.
Wow.
You're heading for a sellout, young lady.
Well, I didn't know how it would go because I've never ever done a dressmaking pattern before. So
We love it.
Very excited about
We love it.
And thank you guys.
We love it, we love it, we love it, don't we? Yeah, and also as well, like, we're both wearing it
Same
over
size, yeah,
something.
yeah. Same size we're both wearing.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
talk about size in just one sec. But,
Okay.
I mean, we're laying it. I've got it over the top of a shirt. You could wear it over a T-shirt. But actually, you could be wearing this just as it is.
Absolutely. I mean, you can obviously do the poppers up if you're wanting to, if you want something more fitted, or put buttons in place. I am a fan of a popper, though. Since I've got my green machine, that's it. I put poppers on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a loose kind of, well, that's why it's called a shacket, because it's either a shirt or a jacket.
Yeah. Awesome. I love that. I think everyone's going to be at Festival of Quilts this year wearing these. I think it's going to be Spot the Shacket.
I had a couple of people, and it was lovely, and it was embarrassing at the same time because I was just wandering along as I do, and I forget that sometimes people do know me from Sewing Street as I'm wandering along, and I got stopped. I think it's about 4 times in the end when I was wearing the version that's next to you, of people asking me where I got it from. And for people, complete strangers that you've never spoken to before, to stop you and ask that. And you will get that as well, because you're going to be doing all sorts of your own things. I love a bit of a pom-pom trim as well, so I thought I would add that in as well. So yeah, all good fun. Love it.
Fab, absolutely fantastic. We are massively oversubscribed on the packet. We don't know what the
We
situation
have a lot
is.
of these.
I know, it's been really, really popular because everyone could wear it. Less than 20 options left now, over 100 of you with it in your basket. We'll try and get some more stock. We will try and get some more stock. I'll let you know later as and when we get more news.
my
At the
goodness.
moment, there are less than 20 available, so
Thank you
please check
so
out quickly. Now, let's talk about sizing, Hayley. You
Yes.
and I are both wearing the large.
We are,
And I
yeah.
did demonstrate earlier on that this is probably just a little bit on the snug side.
I
for
kind of
you.
liked you popping the poppers. It looked
you like-
good. It looked good.
I just saw that. I
It's
nearly
a
took
skill.
Dan's eye out.
I love it.
Yeah, but there is a really good range of sizes.
There is, yeah. Now, when you actually get your pattern home, as you can see from Stuart's there, it comes in a plastic wallet. I love a paper envelope for patterns, but with this, I felt as if it was more of a project, so that's why I left it in the kind of like a pocket wallet that you've got there, because you can put all your pieces back
This
in
is
there.
awesome, you get this.
Yes, yeah, you get that. Now, the QR code on there will take you to my YouTube channel, which is where I will be uploading the video that I need to edit. But you've got your 3 different versions of this. So the top version is if you're using the fabric, same fabric throughout, that's option 1. Option 2 is where you've got the yoke and the pockets and the kind of vertical pieces.
kind of this version,
That's
isn't
it,
it, like
kind of
I'm
what you're wearing
wearing?
and what I'm wearing. And you're using 2 different fabrics. And the bottom one, you just literally just go free rein. And this could be using fabrics that you've got left over from things. So it could be that you're piecing together things like strip rolls potentially. It could be that you've got, I don't know, a fat quarter of one fabric that you're wanting to join with another fat quarter of another. It's just, you just go free rein with it. So that's the beauty of it. And the pattern has got kind of a technique in there, and it's explained to you if you are wanting to piece your fabrics first, how to do it so you haven't got any raw seams on the inside.
I was going to say,
I saw you having
Hayley
a little
just
peek
caught
then.
me. I was like having a little look then just to see no raw edges inside. So that's absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking as well, there's opportunities here to add a little patchwork here and there.
Absolutely,
Add
yeah.
a little bit of a plique.
And also-
you know those lovely like patches that you can get?
Oh,
that-
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just
so
funking it
cool.
up a little bit. And also as well, size-wise, you're looking at sizes that go from size 6 through to a size 24. I've named them extra small right the way through to XXL. It's a very, very loose, forgiving style as well. So,
Agreed.
as I say, usually I would wear in a shirt, a loose-fitting shirt, I'd probably be looking at something in the region of an 18. I'm wearing the large. If I'm looking at a fitted shirt, it'd be more above a 16. But you can see there, you just literally will follow the line that you need for your sizing, and you've kind of got a comprehensive book there with all the information in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an amazing pattern. I do need to let you know, sad news, the pattern has sold out. Well done, every single one of you that managed to get your pattern. That's awesome. We are working on getting some more. It won't be this hour. However, we are going to try and get some. I might have some good news a bit
Really
later
quite
on.
emotional.
Oh, Hayley. One of our viewers wants to see us together anyway, but I'm going to give you a little... It's amazing. Well done. It's
Thank
fab.
you so
and here we are
much.
together,
Here we
modelling
go.
our shackets.
We look good like this.
We look really good. I think we should go out for a cocktail later to celebrate.
Absolutely.
But we're both wearing the large. And as I say, as a shacket, I would actually keep this size because this is how I like to wear it.
Yes, yeah.
But if I wanted to do it up, I'd just go extra large. In fact, I might go midway between the two.
Well, you can do that. There's plenty of scope with that. I've scaled it as an advanced
Amazing
beginner,
pattern.
but obviously if you're more confident, then play around with it. Make it longer, make it shorter. But we'll chat about it more maybe later, because if you can't get it, it's going to be frustrating.
Absolutely. I feel like I need a change. I'm just changing my... Now, the fabric we've just taken off, I'm going to grab...
I love this.
Utopia in blue. I just feel like I need to just mix things up slightly. There we go. You often see, don't you, sort of models on shopping TV. They just seamlessly change their outfits. So
That was pretty
I just
good.
thought I'd give it a go.
I was impressed. You'll get the call.
Here we go. Utopia in blue. This is fab. Now, how much do I need if I'm doing all one fabric?
Okay,
Largest size.
You're looking at 2.5 metres.
2.5
Now, the reason being is that is, especially if you've got a fabric that hasn't actually got a pattern to it or a direction to it, you can play around with the pattern pieces. With this one, you'd be okay. Because when I actually got this fabric, I used 1.5 metres and I had enough for the combination that you were wearing and the little bag that you've got to the size of you, and that was what was left over.
How cute
So
is
there's plenty of fabric for that. But yeah, if you want everything in the same fabric, then you are looking at 2.5 metres.
60 wide this as well.
That's, yeah,
60
good
wide.
width, isn't it?
Fabulous. Yeah. So that's if you want it all in the same fabric.
That's it.
If you want to do a combo,
yes.
So like this one that I'm wearing now.
Yeah.
What's the mix?
Okay.
For the largest size?
If you're looking at the largest size, you're looking at 1.40 metre. So let's call it 1.5 metres, and it gives you an extra little bit of area there in case you want to do pattern matching and things like that. So if you're doing lots of different fabrics, so you're piecing it together, we say the equivalent of 1.5 metres, there or thereabouts. But,
I mean, to be honest,
like
with
the
you,
one
Hayley,
you're wearing,
just having a quick look at the fabric options. And actually, this is great news because extra small, medium, very broad bands here now, all 2.15 metres. This is one fabric for the whole thing. Large, extra large, double XL, 2.5 metres. Now, of course, we sell by the half metre, so 2.5 metres for everybody. In the contrast, it's 1.15 or 1.4 and 1.25 and 1.4. So actually, 1.5, 1.5. Whatever your
that's
size.
the way that I kind of been doing it myself, because sometimes you've got fabrics of different widths, haven't you? So if you say 1.5 metres, it's giving you plenty of scope to move those pieces around.
So actually, whatever size you're making, if it's one fabric for the whole shacket, it's 2.5 metres, 5 units. If you're doing the 2 fabric combo, it's 1.5 metres of 2 different fabrics. So this is brand new today. How fabric. I love this fabric.
Beautiful fabric, isn't it?
So much.
And it's called Utopia because I was trying to find the right fabric for the pattern and it just all came together perfectly. So that's why I called it Utopia.
It's absolutely perfect. I've got less than 10 metres.
Incidentally as well, I
available.
probably should have mentioned it. There's no more of this.
No.
And I didn't get as much as I wanted to bring to the show as well. So there's a little bit more of the pinker one that I've got on. But yeah,
fair.
Need to be quick.
Well, I'd wear either of these, frankly. This is gorgeous, but this is about to sell out. Isn't it fab? It's almost like it's made of braid. Now, I've got the same fabric in pink. This is the version that Hayley's.
Do you want a costume change?
Oh, yes,
there you go.
Let me show you this one. So this is, I'll actually change, so this is Utopia in pink.
I love this one. It's all recycled fabric as well, and it's a woven fabric. So yeah, not a digital print or anything. So it's a kind of more of a shacket weight than a shirt. You'd probably feel quite warm if you were wearing it as a shirt, but obviously because it's designed to work with, well, the fabric isn't designed, but I've chosen it with the shacket in mind. It's absolutely perfect because it's got a kind of a medium to...
Easy to sew.
Yes, yeah. It does fray a little. I have got a piece that I can show you. So I would suggest you do overlock either before you sew it, if you're wanting to, if you're quite a physical sewer, shall we say, and you manhandle your fabrics, for the want of a better phrase. Oh, I like it.
Oh, this, I tell you what, this is giving me Barbie Ken realness. I am Ken-off. Am I not? I love that. But this, I mean, this pink, gorgeous colour.
Lovely. You've
so
got blues in there
flattering.
as well, so if you did miss out on the other, you can kind of rock out the blue in there.
I think that's beautiful.
And when you team it up with the denim that we've got on the show, it kind of accentuates the blue stripe in it, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's an absolutely gorgeous combo. Love these. These are almost like kind of I'm going hunting, fishing pockets. You can get everything in there. Love that. Love that. It's gorgeous fabric. And as well, of course, what's lovely about this is, because it is a shacket and it is going to kind of blow open in the breeze, it looks great on the inside.
It does, yeah.
It looks great on the inside. So it's unlined, so you've still got a really attractive inside to your jacket. That is gorgeous. $6.50 for a half metre, can you believe that? And this is extra wide. This is 60 inches wide. 60 inches wide, and you're going to need, really, whatever your size, if you're making the shacket in all one fabric, you'll need 2.5 meters or 5 units. And if you're going to do a 2 fabric combo, you need 1.5 meters of fabric A, 1.5 meters of fabric B, whatever your size. We have a question. Oh no, it's quite a nice message. That would look fab with butterfly fabric.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yes.
On board?
And I must admit, I was looking at some, some boutiques as well. I think it looked nice with boutique.
It would look
very kind of
gorgeous.
boho and festival look, and yeah. You
Yeah.
can just go to town with it. I mean, you can put different fabrics together, different fabrics on the front. You can put different fabrics in the back if you want. There's loads of ways, but yeah.
Gorgeous, yeah. Some nice messages. Pauline says, morning, lovely. This is Pauline Wheeler, our Pauline Wheeler. Morning, darling. She says, morning, lovelies. Huge congratulations to the lovely Hayley.
Oh, bless you. Thank
Huge
you.
congratulations.
Mwah.
And Steph says, well done, Hayley, from one of the Sewing Street viewers.
Oh, thank you.
Lovely. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. The pattern has sold out. We will try and get more in for later. I'll keep you posted. Right now, we're looking at the pink Utopia. It is delicious. All right. Now, next up, let's do some denims, because lots of you are mixing and matching. We'll do medium first. So the medium blue has sold out.
That was quick.
So that's the one that we've teamed here. Yeah. Right. What about the light that I'm wearing? Excellent. Right. So the light. Now, I just want to show you, this is the light denim. And of course, this is the one that Hayley's teamed with the pink Utopia, which I'm wearing right now. Okay. So I'm just going to grab that pink Utopia as well, just to show you. So gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous combo. However, I just want to show, if you have gone for the Utopia in blue,
Nice.
that is delicious.
It's maybe more of a springtime, summer kind of
Yes.
denim look.
Yes.
Thinking seasonal.
Yes, I love that. The Utopia in blue has sold out, but I just want to show, if you're thinking, okay, I wanted to do the combo that Stuart was wearing, but the medium blue denim is sold out, the light blue denim is still available, and that is gorgeous.
It's a lovely weight.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. A message, struggling to read that.
Oh, I'm glad I'm the only one.
I line dance. Can Hayley make me one, please? Yeah, that's Joanne.
Do you know what? It is so easy to make that even if you think to yourself, well, I can't sew, I've only quilted, I've only made bags in the past, you will be able to make this. Yeah, you will, very easily. There's no darts, there's no shaping with these. They are literally just pretty much straight seams. That's all that you're doing with this.
I'm going to make mine. I'm going to make mine. I know I keep joking about keeping it, but I'm going to make mine, because when you make your own, you can make it completely unique. It fits you. It can be embellished the way you want to embellish it. You can add pockets. You can take pockets away. You know.
That's it. Yeah. And also as well, I mean, if you don't want to put, the one that I'm going to be making next is all in the same fabric, but I'm not going to put pockets on it. So I'm going to leave the pocket flaps off, and also obviously the pocket bag, and then just wear it as a regular shirt. So.
Yeah, because actually this could be something that was quite dressy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that you could wear over a dress. Janet's got in touch from Dorset. She says, hi Stuart, I'm a beginner. Could I make the jacket with a light cord fabric? I love, love, love this jacket.
Yes, you could. The only thing I would say when you're looking at cord is you need to be careful of the direction of your fabric, because obviously you'll probably have noticed already. With a cord, when you stroke it one way, it'll feel very smooth. If you do it the other way, it'll feel a little bit more rough. And that's because the way that the pile works with corduroy, same with velvet fabrics, then there's a direction. So all you need to do is make sure that your pattern pieces are all facing in the same direction, and you haven't got any that are upside down or on their side. But you have got guidance with the actual pattern pieces, because you've got your directional arrow,
Might
which
you
you would
use
use.
A bit more fabric?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
Potentially,
So
yeah.
once you've got your pattern home, sort of lay out the
Yeah,
pattern
definitely.
pieces that you're going to use, measure what you can fit them onto. Think about standard widths of fabric, and then you'll be able to work out how much you need. Steph's got in touch to say you could use gingham or check too for a country feel. It's a fantastic design.
Oh, bless you. I like that idea. Bit yeehaw.
Love that. And she says, love love the shacket. I've got mine. Could we have a short sleeve hack at some point, please?
Yes, yeah, no
That'd be
problem.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem at all. You have got a different shape to a sleeve when it's shorter, because obviously this one's tapered down to go to the cuff. So if it's something that you feel confident with doing yourself, then you can do that if you're wanting to. But yeah, why not?
A little hack,
show
that
you,
would be
yeah,
ace.
show you how to do that
Awesome.
on stage.
Now, $4.99, a half metre for the light denim. If I was going to make the whatever size shacket in the light denim, all denim,
Yeah.
how much would I need?
How wide is that one?
So this one is 150.
So yeah,
it's a 60
I
watt.
think you'd be okay with your 2.5 metres. on
2.5
that one, yeah.
metres, perfect, whatever the size. And if you're mixing and matching like mine is, then you need basically 1.5 metres in the denim, 1.5 metres in something else.
It's a very forgiving jacket, because if you're making it in that kind of boho, almost patchwork look, even if you are moving some of the pattern pieces around so it's not necessarily directional, I kind of like that funky, unique look to it. So sometimes I know people like everything in kind of straight lines and boxes, that's fine. But if you don't mind, just play around with the shapes of your fabric.
Fab, gorgeous. That's the light denim. Do we have any dark denim available? Oh, good, because I love dark denim. We haven't got much, though. We haven't got much. Just wanted to show you again, just with the pink.
Oh, I like that.
The pink has sold out, but how gorgeous would that be?
I like it, yeah. That is good.
Yeah. So if you've already bought your pink, maybe you bought 2.5 metres thinking I'll make the whole thing in that, and now you're thinking, actually, Stuart, a combo with the dark denim would be lovely. Well, 1.5 metres of this, plus your 2.5 metres of that you've already bought, that's more than you need, but then I'm thinking, what about introducing
combos,
another
yeah.
denim or something else and do the patchwork version? Options, options, options. So dark denim, details on screen, $4.99 a half metre. And this is a lovely weight for a shacket, isn't it?
It is. It's not too heavy. And again, that's going to be nice, not only because of wearing it, you don't want it too heavy, but when you're sewing with it as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is a lighter weight. It's not a shirting weight. It's a little heavier than that. So you've got that structure for your shacket, but again, nice and light for layering.
Absolutely.
It's a
Couldn't
layering
agree
piece,
more.
isn't it? Love it. What about a bit of gingham mixed with this?
Very nice. I do like the idea of that.
Nice.
But yeah, any fabric. I love working with denim because it just works with so many other fabrics. So many. It's very forgiving.
Gorgeous. And as well, that dark blue colour as well. I just think it's such a flattering colour as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Kind of works with, especially if you're doing a combo of two colours together or two fabrics, it would work so beautifully with perhaps some of those brighter fabrics. What about mixing dark denim with a bit of cafe?
Oh, that might be nice here. Nice idea. One thing I would say, I've not worked with this darker denim, so I don't know how it is with regards to colour, but it might be if you're working with another fabric that's quite light, potentially give it a little bit of a wash to start with, just in case there's any kind of that residual colour in there that needs to kind of...
pre-wash your
denim. Yeah, because it is one of those ones that I'd hate for you to use a gorgeous fabric and then for you to find that the colour has transferred over.
Yeah.
Giving that a quick wash, 15-minute cycle, something like that, and that would take care of that.
Brilliant, thank you. That's about to sell out. Light denim, we do still have stock. I think
I
it's
like
absolutely...
the light.
Yeah, I do.
I do like the light, yeah.
It's gorgeous. And you know what? Summer is coming.
Absolutely, yeah. And I love that kind of bleached look with this particular one, which is a really nice look. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoyed working with that one.
Also, as well, this would be a gorgeous foil against so many other colours and also a great background for machine embroidery.
Absolutely, because of the weight of this, it's a lovely weight for machine embroidery. And sometimes having a lighter fabric behind your design when you're embroidering really makes that design pop.
Yeah, I'm thinking as well, Hayley, like on this version here, you see these bands that run down. What about any sewing machine using the embroidery stitches?
Absolutely.
Nice decorative,
we don't
maybe
use them
variegated
enough.
thread.
Yeah. That's a
and
nice
create
idea.
some almost like ribbon effects, a larger one down the centre, smaller designs either side, and actually stitch that into the design.
And because all of the denims are of the same weight, I think it's worth getting, even if it's just half a metre of the light, because you can kind of mix up the denims as well, because it could be a case of that you having the pockets in the lighter, the flap in the medium,
Lovely.
the stripes in the dark. You can mix
Triple
them up.
denim.
Triple
Yes,
denim.
please.
Let's do it.
Yes, please. Can we have a bit of a demo, please?
We can. Now, it was all geared around the actual shacket, so I hope that's okay. We've got some of the fabrics here, and we will kind of chat. I'm going to be using the Onyx 15 when I'm doing my sewing, so I know we've got that on the show. So we're okay. We've got something. And
So this is a Husqvarna.
it
sewing
is, yes.
machine.
And we'll be
Awesome.
using the Overlocker as well. Before I get into the demo, can I just mention this Overlocker? Because this is a feature that if you've not seen it before, this is when it goes crazy. So you've got a 4-thread overlocker, which comes to you pre-threaded, and it also comes with a set of threads that you can change. You've got I think there's your white, your black and your grey, I think, in that. I forgot to pick it up, actually, it's over on the shelf. I've actually changed the threads of these, and I've put the colour threads on there, because quite often, if you're new to overlocking, what I do suggest you do is thread it up with threads that are going to echo the different tension dials that you've got. Because when you're playing around and getting to know your machine, which we all should do, we don't do enough getting to know new things.
I agree with you.
You want to get straight in there, and that's when you can find those little hiccups. You might lose your confidence, you might think it's broken, I'm sending it back. All you need to do is just take a little bit of time, read the manual, learn about the different combinations of the stitches, and get to know it. That's it. Don't send it back too speedy.
No, quite. You've got to, you know, sometimes it's a little bit of a slow burn, isn't it? You've got to sort of get to
I
know
love
it.
the analogy that Hannah's just, it's like a new relationship. You don't just get rid, just bear with it.
Exactly.
I love
How
it.
long's too long, though, Hannah? Come on.
Now, these are the threads that are going to come with it. It is already threaded up as well when it arrives, not with the colourful threads that I've got on here. There's a series of kind of greys and whites that are already on there, so that's all pre-threaded. But one of the things that I love about this, overlockers are a bit of my nemesis because of the threading. I have a love-hate relationship with my overlocker, but it doesn't do what this one does, which I think is just literally a game changer. You've got your hard little thread catcher, which is brilliant, so that's going to sit on there nicely. And then you can open it up just by, let me move that out of the way, simply opening it up like so, and that will drop down. Now, it won't sew. We've got this plugged in, but it won't sew while the front is open, because obviously that is a safety feature. But hello, we have got a little lever here which will open up that front area. So when it comes to overlocking and threading up your machine, all of that tricky area, which I can't get to because my machine doesn't do that. I'm trying to thread it up through that little kind of gap that I've got there. With this, it opens it up completely, so it's access all areas, making it a really easy machine for you to thread up when you do need to do so. So that is one of the biggest features that I love about this. But we're going to do a little bit of sewing on the other machine. So if you're wanting to take advantage of that one, that's the thing that I love about it.
I love that.
Just all the other things you would expect from a 4-thread overlocker, and yeah, comprehensive guide with that one as well. But what I've chosen to do is to work on the sleeve of the shacket, and I've got one of the fabrics here. Now, as I mentioned, it can be a little bit frayy. If you manhandle your fabrics, then you probably will find that those threads will come away. That's where it's sometimes good to go onto the overlocker and stitch with that. But we have got an overcast stitch on the Onyx 15 as well. So what I'll do is I'll kind of overcast the edge rather than doing the overlocking at this stage. So
neaten your pattern pieces before you start constructing.
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
Hello. Is that a brand new shacket
Oh,
you're
look
wearing?
at you. Hey, I like a little bit of Tim Holtz. Looks good.
I just have a bit of Tim Holtz.
Do you like what I've done with the pockets? And I've used just like the kind of the edges.
Awesome. It's really cool. Love it.
Love it. Absolutely. Looks brilliant. I'm lucky to get any of these out in the
I
studio at
feel
this
like
rate.
I need to put
Oh,
you
do I
back
look
in a
undressed?
shacket. Come on. Sort yourself out, for goodness
There we
sake.
go. Ooh, I
There we
feel
go.
all cosy again
You can
now.
have that one back.
Brilliant. Thank you. It's very kind of you. So the Onyx 15. Now the Onyx 15, again, another machine that's brought to us from Husqvarna Viking. Brilliant machine. It's a solid little, what I call almost like a little tug. So it's going to be one of those ones that copes with so many different fabrics. Loves things like denim, loves things like canvas as well, because it can really, really cope with it. You can see it's a mechanical machine because we're actually going to be rotating the dials to select our stitches. And you've got a series of stretch stitches as well as your regular stitches, all kind of dialed up with the combination of these two dials. You've also got something in here which is called Sewing Advisor, and that is on the little kind of element that we've got here. This is all detailed within the manual as well. It's a bit tricky to see from the angle that you've got there. But what Sewing Advisor is, it's something that Husqvarna Viking put together to help you get the right stitches, to get the right tension, to get all the information that you need to stitch out perfectly. So you can see the top one there we've got is a straight stitch, and then we're choosing whether we're going to be working with a woven fabric, a medium woven fabric, something like your quilting cotton, one of the regular fabrics that we tend to use on a day-to-day basis. And it basically tells you which of the feet you need for the different types of stitches, which of the stitches you need, the tension, the length, everything is detailed on there. And then if you're working with your stretch fabrics, you've got that underneath as well. So it's really clever combination. So you've got your medium weight stretch there, and you've also got your kind of leather weight, as you can see to the side there as well. So that's all built in, and it all slides neatly out of the way. So once you've actually got your settings set up, you can get sewing with this one. So let me turn that round, and I'm going to use one of the overcast stitches. Kind of gone a little bit down a different route to where we were going originally. But all you do, sorry, that's very selfish of me looking at it, not showing you what I'm doing. The dial at the bottom, this is the one that's going to help you select your stitches. Make sure that your needle is in the upright position, because as you rotate this, the needle will move side to side. You don't want it to be in the bobbin cavity when it's doing so. You've got a 4-step buttonhole on this one, and then you've got a series of different stitches as you work your way through the dial. And you'll notice that some are in a light grey, some are in a kind of slightly darker grey, and you've got a blue stitch in between. That's all done with the combination of these two. So if you're just using this from 0 through to 4, then that's going to alter your stitch length, and the grey stitches on the left-hand side of the kind of little trios, those are the ones that you're going to be selecting. So that's a straight stitch, and I can rotate it round. I've got my zigzag. That's the one that you use to actually move your needle width. So if you're wanting to get things like a 1/4 inch seam allowance or anything, you will use that, because that will give you really fine tuning of where that needle's going to sit. But if you want to use any of the stretch fabrics, then what you do is you turn the dial anti-clockwise until you get to either the blue S1, which is going to activate the stitches that are in blue, and these are all stretch stitches, or you'll take it right the way around to S2, which will take it to the stitches which are on the right-hand side. And there's a lot of stitches in here, but all done with combinations of those two. So rather than being hundreds of buttons almost on the front for the different combinations, they're keeping it simple, and that's something that Husqvarna Viking do so, so well. So, got it set up as my straight stitch. I'm going to put a stitch length on there, about 2.5, something like that, but I might play around with that because I'm actually going to do one of the overlock stitches. So if I rotate that round, it's actually, I'm going to use the blue one, which is in the middle. So I need to take that dial right the way around to the S1. I've got my overcast stitch in there, and that's the one that I'm going to use to neaten the edges of my fabrics. You can use a variety of different stitches for that, or obviously if you've got an overlocker, then you can do it with that as well. And then all I'm going to do is just going to follow the top line. The overcast is useful when you're doing curved areas. I tend to use the overlocker more so for straight areas, or if there is a soft curve. But we've got quite a curve to the sleeve head, so I'm going to do that with the overcast that we've got on this one. And just make sure that I keep it within the 1 centimetre seam allowance, because when we actually put it together, the 1 centimetre seam allowance, I don't want any of those overcast stitches to be showing through. And I'm just doing that just the way around there, like so. And this is just literally just allowing me to neaten those edges, so I'm not going to lose any of the threads from the actual fabric garment. And you can see it's not bunching up, it's keeping the fabric nice and flat as I go. But especially if you are a novice sewer, this is not a bad thing to do for any fabric that's got a little bit of a fray to it. So there we go, working our way around like so. Now, I'm not going to bother doing the whole of it because it kind of just gives you an idea, because I want to show you something that some people might feel is a little bit tricky to do. So we're going to look at one of the features that you've got on the sleeve, which is the little placket that you've got. So let me just turn this round.
Some people get a bit nervous about doing a placket on a strip, but it's nothing to worry about.
Absolutely. So let me roll my sleeve down so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. It's this area here. Oh, this is a bit awkward. So let's have a little look if we can show you this. So the placket that you've got is this area here. So you'll have a slit in your fabric, which is all detailed on your pattern, and you'll have this fabric that works on both sides there to neaten the edge, and you'll have your cuff obviously that you're going to add on, and of course if you've got a green machine you can pop the poppers on there as well. This is an area that people will look at, especially if you're a novice sewer and think there's no way on earth I can do that. Well, you can, because I've simplified it as well within the pattern. So what you will have is a little pattern piece. Oh, these are the different sizes on the pattern. We're not going to spend a lot of time on the pattern because we haven't got it, but yeah, tune in a bit later on. We might have some news on that. But basically, you will, for those of you that have already bought it, you will follow whichever line for the size that you're choosing to go for. So you can see size 6 right the way through to size 24, and you've got those little kind of markings in there that are going to help you with your placement of your pattern pieces. So the sleeve itself has got a little area where you're going to cut vertically. So that is the area in the sleeve, and what I tend to do is the size that I'm working with, I just put a little cut in the fabric, so I've got that on the edge of the sleeve, the end of the sleeve, to depict where this piece is going to sit on top of it when we come to do it. So let's just get rid of that for a moment. The little shacket, placket, gosh, that's a bit of a rhyme, isn't it?
Shacket
It's like the gatto in the chateau, isn't it?
Are you going to
Something
hack
like
it?
I'm going to hack it, definitely. So I'm just going to bring in a pressing board. When you actually follow the instructions, and the instructions, they're a really good size.
Very detailed.
When I was researching the pattern, there was a couple of things that I wanted. I wanted to make sure that you didn't have to trace off any pieces, because that is really frustrating for me, so I'm sure it would be for you. So you've got 3 big A0 size pieces within your pattern. So there's a lot of fabric, a lot of pieces in there that you're going to be able to use. Some of them are doubled up. So when you actually look at them, you have got complete pieces if you're looking at doing it all in one fabric. So that's why you've kind of got 2 backs and you've got 2 sets of fronts in there as well. But it'll all become clear when you open it up. That was one of the things that I wanted. And then when I found out that I could have quite a few pages within the book because of the printing, I thought, well, I'm going to use them then. So you have got a lot of information here, good size imagery here as well, taking you right the way through. And this is the bit that we're going to be looking at, the sleeve plackets. And I do cover this on the YouTube video as well. So we've got our little piece number 10. So again, you know that you're working with the right piece. Try to make it as easy and as logical as possible. And you can see these arrows. If you ever see arrows that have kind of got this curl on them, it means that you're folding something somewhere along the line. So you can see that is going to be my piece. Now, if you've got a white piece, that's the wrong side of your fabric. If you've got a coloured in piece, then that is the right side. So straight away, you know which side you're working on.
Easy.
And all I'm going to do is follow the instructions and transfer in just 1/2 centimetre down the outside edges. And you would have 2 of these usually, because obviously you've got 2 sleeves. Well, hopefully you're making up 2 sleeves, and there you go. So I've got my iron, so I'm just going to fold those in and give them a little bit of a press. So I've got the Aliso here. It's been very popular, hasn't it, that new Aliso?
Oh, yes.
I haven't got my hands on one yet.
Some new stock at the moment.
Oh, it flew out,
I
didn't
haven't
it?
got mine yet.
No, same here.
I've seen
Not at all bitter.
No, there's a little bit of FOMO going on at the moment for
Yes,
me. because
absolutely.
Friends of mine have got the Aliso Mini, but yeah. All in good time.
Top tip for you as well. I have not really used Best Press before I got to Sewing Street.
Okay.
And I thought, you know what, I'm going to see what it's all about.
Oh, amazing.
Game changer.
Yeah.
If you have not worked with Best Press, I can only recommend it, especially as a novice sewer, because it's brilliant. You just give your fabric a little spray. Just imagine just it starting to rain. That's all. It's not a downpour, just a little bit smattering. And then give your fabrics a press, because what it will do is kind of set it and mean that it makes it easier for you to sew. I find quite often I'm using less pins or less clips because the fabric is saying where it's meant to go. So there you go. So I've pressed over that side. And again, I didn't put any on that side, so let's just fold that over 1/2 centimetre as per instructions, and then give that a little press as well, like so. There we go.
I've just put the graphics up for Best Press, by the way. £11.99. That's for the, is it 500 mil?
I've got the linen fresh
That's
one.
the linen
yeah, and I've got the 500, yeah.
Gorgeous,
That's the one.
yeah.
Lovely. That's what it says on the bottle, 499.
It is. It's
Is
not
it like
500
an American
mil.
sizing? Is that what it's the fluid ounces? Yeah.
Well, it's something like 16.4 ounces as well.
Yeah.
It's not even a full.
Oh, yeah,
ounce.
so it is.
Yeah, but
Perhaps it was to fit the bottle.
there you go.
There's always a reason.
Telling
isn't
me there wasn't room for 1 mil more.
I
don't know.
Now, I've pressed over those two sides. Now, what you need to do then is transfer over some of the information that you've got on the actual shacket piece. I probably should have done this prior to this, but I got a little bit carried away, but not to worry. What have I done with my heat erasable pen? I had that and I have now lost it.
Oh.
And I put it in a safe place.
Could we
because
have
I
a heat
used it.
erasable pen?
I've
please?
got it.
Oh, you got
I've
it?
got it, yeah.
Hurrah.
It doesn't have to be heat erasable because you won't actually see these markings, but if you're wanting to, you can do. And what you've got here, you've got this little kind of vertical line. That will be a cut line at some point, and you've got a broken line, which is your stitch line. So what I would do is, usually, if I've got my two pieces of fabric together, I would just make a little hole where it needs to go, like so. And then I'll do another little snip at the bottom there. But I'm working on the flip side and I've already folded the edges in. So if you do as I have done, all you need to do is make sure that that corner is lined up like so. The bottom edge is lined up and keeping it pretty much vertical. This will mean that, and that will mean it's pretty vertical. Then you're just going to take a little pen, poke it through the hole that you've got there. As I say, a little snip, and the little snip would usually be done where you've got the centre point there. And then all I'm going to do is take a ruler, and I'm going to use my quilting ruler, just to line up those 2 points. So it's going from the little dot that I've created down to the bottom, like so. So that will be my cut line when I get to it. If you want the confidence of a line to follow when you're sewing, then all you're going to do is draw a line either side, and you can make it a broken line if you want to make sure that you know that that's a stitch line rather than a cut line. So there you go. Quarter inch one side, 1/4 inch the other. That's roughly, I think it speaks about 1/2 centimetre, but that will do for now, along there. And then again, it's just going to go a little bit beyond. So you can kind of just eyeball it. It doesn't have to be specific. So what we're actually going to do is stitch up, stitch across and stitch down. But before I do that, I need to attach it to the sleeve. And in the pattern, it will explain to you. And every single time I do it right sides together. But on this occasion, it's a bit different because you're going to have wrong sides of both of them facing up. So sometimes I have to make a mental note to myself of that. You can put like a little kind of placement mark if you're doing your tailor's tacks. If you want to do that, you can put that there. But quite often, all I'll do is I'll line up the bottom edge with that little cut that we've got there, and then take that fabric up. And I think I've forgotten my pins. Did I forget my
There should be some pins right behind you. I will
I've
grab
got
you
some.
some.
I might have some in my bag somewhere, but oh, bless you, thank you.
This is Sewing Street. We have everything.
As I say, we should. If
He
they're going to be anywhere, they're going to be here, aren't they? Really? Except they're not.
Apparently. Oh, hang on.
You got some.
I have.
Oh, bless you. Thank
There
you
we
very
go.
much. Now, when you're actually
welcome.
placing this, you will find that the pattern instructions do explain to you that that tallest part is going to be more to the centre of your sleeve. So you can see there's the head of the sleeve there. So the tall part is on that side, which is where it's going to sit. I'm just going to sit that like so.
Obviously, that's important because you're going to make a right and a left sleeve.
Absolutely, yeah. On the other one, it will look the other side and it will be over this side of the
Yeah.
centre line. And all I'm going to do is just put a few pins just to hold it in place. Try to keep them away from where you're stitching because it's just kind of keeping the fabric in place, and it means that we don't have to worry about sewing over them if we're really focusing on our stitches.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't even notice there's a pin there, do you? So, which is a bit naughty. And then I'm going to take it to the machine, and all I'm going to do is stitch on that broken line that I've just drawn, yeah, go up one side, down the other, up one side, across, and then down. And I'm going to do a stitch, probably about 2.5 centimetres. The needle is sat in the middle, so I don't have to worry about that. It's on the straight. And all I'm going to do is go along. Isn't it quiet?
Yeah, it is
Lovely.
very
It's got a lovely
smooth.
smooth. Leave the needle down as you rotate. I've gone a little bit further than I needed to, but not to worry. And then I'm just going to rotate and then come across. Again. If the needle isn't down when you stop, just rotate the flywheel so as it goes down, and then turn and then come back down at the other side as well, like so. There you go. And then take your fabric out. Got a little thread cutter on the side as well, so let's just move that out of the way. Then I'll pop those pins back in there in just a few moments. Let's put them there just so as I don't lose them. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pair of scissors. This is where you make sure that you've stitched it right and double check before you go cutting anything. But saying that, it's only a small piece of fabric, so needs be, you can cut a second one. And all I'm going to do is cut along that line, that middle line, and I'm going to take it to the little dot that I made, and then I'm just going to snip into the corners, but not through the stitches.
And you're cutting through the Utopia fabric as well? The pink
Absolutely, both layers there, as you can see. So then what will happen is we will feed that fabric through, so as it goes through that gap, like so. And then miraculously, when you look at the right side of the shirt, it will have come through to the right side. So I just need to do a couple of little bits of pressing with regards to that, getting that in place, just so as it sits nicely. And then we'll go on to the next stage of top stitching that in place. So I don't know whether you want to watch me do that or you've got something else to do, whichever, I don't mind.
Wow,
Oops.
I'd love to watch you, but I do have some Tim Holtz fabrics to show you. I feel a little bit sort of American college jock in this. It's like my whole personality changes with every shacket. Now, so this is doing a sort of patchwork version with long strips where you're sort of varying the different strips throughout. I've got 3 different Tim Holtz fabrics. These are all quilt weight cottons. Let's do maps to start with. World map. One of my favourites. Now, if you're going to do the patchworky version, how much of the contrast fabric do we need in total? Is it like a metre and a half?
It's 1.5 metres in total.
Right.
So whether that's one fabric or multiple fabrics.
So it could be 3.5 metres.
3.5 metres if you wanted to. The only thing you need to be aware of is because of the length of the pieces, they're longer than 0.5 metre. So if you wanted particularly, like on the one that I've made, I'm not precious about them being in the right direction, as I mentioned earlier. So I think with the map one might be on the back, I think. I haven't actually had the map, oh, there you go, Durham of all the places.
There we
so
go.
I've actually done it horizontally, so as I'm using the width of the fabric.
But if we were...
You just
Well,
need to...
then
You need to go for a full
3/4
metre
or a
of that
metre,
one, yeah,
metre,
because
yeah.
obviously it's 0.5 metre measurements here.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
means that you can do the full run of the fabric north to south rather than going across.
Great.
If that
And of
makes
course, then
sense.
you've got loads left over for
Absolutely,
a bag.
yeah.
$8.49 per 0.5 metre for your world map. Fab, isn't it? Love that. Next up, we've got carte postale.
Oh, I'm impressed.
It's like sort of like franking. It's all correspondence, this one. I used this with a floral fabric to make a bag. It's lovely.
Oh,
Like
nice,
this.
yeah.
Fab. That's also on the shacket. You can see here, close to my bicep.
Hey, look at that.
Ow. I broke something. That's correspondence. Lovely. And then the third one that we've got looks like old wooden rulers. This one here. Oh. There we go. What's that one called? tape measure, tape measure. And again, if you do, oh no, I don't need a tape measure, Dan. The fabric's called tape measure. Bless him, he's so
he's
attentive
on it.
to my cup of tea. He's literally running to the kettle. It's fabulous. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, that's called tape measure. Gorge, love the colour. Looks really nice with the black as well, doesn't it? This is mixed with a black cotton. You could use a light cotton canvas. You could use just a cotton broadcloth, something like that.
That's got a little tiny bit of stretch in it, to be fair, but something, yeah, like you say, any of those.
Fab, love it. Right, that's the Tim Holtz. Now, we are working on getting some more patterns. We don't know what the situation is at the moment. We've got to nab Hayley when we get off air. Don't want to ask you, put you on the spot, but hopefully...
hopefully we should be able to. The only thing is there will be a slight delay because I physically don't have any more, so yeah.
Yeah, cleaned you out.
Clean me out, that's it.
The machine, the sewing machine that Hayley's been using doesn't come with a walking foot, but we do have, this is rather good, it's a generic low shank walking foot for $16.99. It's a fantastic price.
Brilliant
a
value,
universal
yeah.
walking foot. This is for low shank machines. The Brother FS250, for example, is a low shank machine. So and that doesn't come with a walking foot. So if you wanted a walking foot for your brother, then that's a low shank walking foot, generic low shank walking foot for $16.99.
On the website, I think there's an image. It's a little bit kind of fuzzy, but we're upgrading the image to show you how you can check if your machine is a low shank or not. I think what it is, it's from the screw hole, from memory, the screw hole down to the stitch plate. And I think if it's less than 3/4 of an inch, then you're okay. Oh, yeah, there you go. No more than 3/4 of an inch from the ankle hole down. So there you go.
That's a low shank.
That's a low shank.
Yeah, anything else you need a high shank. Also, if you just do a quick Google search for your sewing machine to find out whether it's low or high shank, it's a quick and easy job.
The majority nowadays, unless it's kind of the high-end embroidery machines and the bigger machines, more often than not, they tend to be the low shank.
The low shank, yeah. Perfect, thank you. That's a really good buy, isn't it? $16.99 for a walking foot. I remember buying one for my Bernina.
Oh,
don't. £110.
Yes, yeah. I didn't believe it. When somebody said that to me, I thought, no, that can't be right. And I went and looked, and yeah, over £100 for some. Now, where am I up to? Let me explain where I've got to. So, I folded through that fabric and I've given it a little press. I got my best press out as well because that helps manipulate the fabrics, and I folded it back. So you've got that little kind of fold edge that we created, and that has gone back now. So that is a very neat edge that we've got. And then in the instructions, it does tell you to fold over that edge that you've got and literally just wrap them around like so, and then we're just going to top stitch that in place just down that straight edge there. So I'll very quickly do that because that's the next step. I didn't want to do that while you were chatting because I just wanted to make sure that I got that point across. Now what you can do is obviously alter your needle using the machine that we've got. So you've got the zigzag on there, so you can move it over to wherever you need it to be with regards to the actual positioning. So that's, I'm going to take it about there. And just do a little top stitch. Find a little mark on your foot, use that. Oh no, I've set it up as a zigzag. That's not, oh, that's why. Let's get it back up on the straight stitch, there we go. And then if you're wanting to alter the zigzag, then you just need to make sure that it's kind of on a number 1, I think. No, hang on, no, let's go for the straight. There we go, I'll go for the straight and just mark it on the foot there. So I'm using one of the little notches on the inside of the foot because I want it to be just a few mil from that folded edge. So along that goes like so. Oh, my nose thread's out the way. Just up the straight edge there. Nice, neat, easy sew. I've gone a little bit wonky in the middle, but that's because I'm doing it at a bit of a weird angle. And then you've got the reverse, so if you do want to anchor those threads, you can do. So I've done that. And then very quickly, the next part of your placket is you're going to take, and again, even though I've made several of these, I do refer to the instructions because you have got lovely images in there that are going to show you what to do. So we're up to this point where we've stitched that in place. So the larger piece, I'm going to fold over, and what you need to do is just make sure that that folded edge there meets up with the folded edge that you've got there, and then you'll pull that across like so, and then you'll fold that folded edge in the same way as we saw across like so. So there you go, you've got that straight edge there. So let's just press that. Just give it a little bit of a press. Again, you could use your best press if you wanted to set that a little further. So that has now covered that. So nice and neat. And then all you're going to do is take that raw edge that you've got at the top there and tuck it underneath like so. Just make sure that if you have done any folds, sometimes we kind of fold and taper them out a little bit by accident, don't we? But there you go, I've just folded that underneath there. So make sure that is nice and neat. Put a little pin in there just so as it knows who's boss. And then again, if you want to, you can put a little pin down here just to keep that in place as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch in the same way as we did where that folded edge is, up the side, across the top, and then I'm just going to make a little box. And when I come down the side of the box, I'm just going to make sure that I go over that open bit that we've got there. Might need to just tuck those little raw edges in. Sometimes they tend to jump out a little bit. And then that will actually secure those, and that will make that placket, which I think is quite easy when you know how.
Very easy, yeah, that's very easy. Yes, please. Just had a message actually from Carmela, who says, I was just wondering, would the Willie Mo Panama fabrics from yesterday's show work with this pattern? So I had Hayley yesterday.
Okay.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's like a light cotton canvas.
Okay, yes, yeah.
So not quite as heavy as we use for bag making. I think it would be absolutely ideal
absolutely, yeah.
for a shacket. Actually, Carmela, not for one that you wanted to wear like this one. I could wear this done up as a shirt if it was a bit bigger. But with the Panama fabric, that would definitely be like a layered outerwear. It's not a heavy cotton canvas, but yeah, that is gorgeous. And I think that is about, I think it might be $6.50 or $6.99 a half metre.
That's a good
It's really
buy,
good price,
yeah.
and it's 60 inches wide. It's lovely. We might try and get some of that ordered up, actually. Marie's just messaged to say morning to us both. Morning, my lovely. She says, I've just woken. I thought it was 7 o'clock, and it's 10. How did that happen? Ray. Oh,
I'm
do you know, I don't think I've slept till 10 a.m. since about 1985.
Gosh, yes. Yeah, same here. Are you a morning person or
Very
an evening?
much.
Yeah, I'm the
Very
same.
much, yeah.
Once
By 7 p.m. I'm useless.
Once my eyes are open, that's it. I'm ready for the day.
I'm the same, which is terrible. If I go to bed too early, like sometimes I think, oh, I'll have a really early night. I go to bed at 7 o'clock and then I wake up at midnight and I am awake.
I've done that as well, thinking it's the middle of the night and it's not even midnight when you've woken up.
Or I leap out of bed and I'm ready for the day and then it's like, oh no.
No, I'm just working my way around the top, so I will just be one moment and I will show you how that comes together. And then maybe in the next hour, we can talk about attaching the cuff and using the green machine for the popper.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, lovely, because we've got another hour with you.
We have, yeah, I'm back in an hour.
We're making the most of Hayley when she's here with us.
I love it. Love being here.
Love the pattern. Absolutely love the pattern. You've loved the pattern. It's sold out really, really early on. But hey, we're doing our best to try and get some more patterns in. They might be on extended delivery. We'll see what we can do. Ian's going to come down and talk to you, Hayley.
Not a problem.
During the break.
Not
We're going to have a
problem.
talking to from Ian.
Now, there we go. Obviously, I'm going to neaten up the stitches that I've put there. Went a little bit further and off on the wonk a little bit. But you can see, when you actually know how, that is a really easy way of actually putting that.
Yeah.
And then what we will do is we will look at putting the cuff on in the next hour.
Yeah.
And there
Look
you
at
go.
that. It's a sleeve. Easy. Fabulous. Thank you, Hayley.
No problem at all.
Oh,
Thank
my
you.
goodness me. I predict that come Festival of Quilts, half the visitors are going to be wearing a shacket, right? It'll be Spot the Shacket. All right, we're going to see Hayley at 11 o'clock. I'm going to see you after a short break. Go make yourself a cuppa. Marie, go make yourself a strong cup of coffee. And I will see you after the break.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Elna Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Now, just to prove that I haven't tried to keep the shacket, I very reluctantly gave it back, but I did get my pattern. I'll let you know if you can get yours through the hour. Right, this hour we're going to be looking at various tools that we have on Sewing Street, essentials and some you may not have spotted before. Now we're going to start with revisiting our early bird from this morning because it's an absolute corker and it's so useful. I had 2 early birds. We're going to start, it's a ruler bundle and it's from Creative Grids. Couldn't be more useful. You should be paying $38.98. We're crashing to $33.98. You're saving £5. You're getting a 6.5 by 12. Oh, hello. Here's the scale on the web image. Don't expect that, will you? Tiny, tiny rectangle and a massive square. Right. I say this often, my hand's for scale. This is what you get, okay? 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler and a 6.5 by 6.5 inch square ruler. Can we just see that image again? That's really funny. Ta-da! Top marks to our professional photographer. Love it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Now, so you get your 6.5 by 12.5. This is absolutely perfect for cutting things like fat quarters and, you know, once you've cut your long strips and you've done your strip piecing, when you need to cut it down, a smaller ruler is going to do the job so much better. It's quicker, it's easier to manipulate and move around. It's still got all of the grippy non-slip dots on and around the outside edge, as we expect from Creative Grids. It's also got really super clear marking in both black and white, so it's going to work on light or dark fabrics just the same. Brilliantly marked. It's got a QR code. There's lots of demos online for using your ruler. It's also got the angle marks at 45 degrees and 60 degrees as well for cutting things like on the bias, for cutting out triangles, hexagons, parallelograms. So that's your 6.5 by 12.5. You're also getting a 6.5 inch square ruler. Now this is going to be your absolute best friend when you come to do things like squaring up half square triangles and quarter square triangles, and also when you're cutting things like your alternate or small units. So for example, oftentimes you need to cut out a 5.5 inch square, lots of 5.5 inch squares as background squares to mix with your patchwork. Now, of course, yes, you could use your large ruler to do that. So maybe you've got a large ruler like this. This is the 8.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. Yes, you can use that to cut out a 4.5 inch square, but then you're manipulating the whole thing to try and do that. Whereas it's obvious, isn't it? It's quicker, it's easier, it's faster to manipulate, which means that your cutting time will be cut down. And frankly, who doesn't want to get to the sewing, you know? So single figures left of this bundle. You're making a £5 saving. It's $33.98. It's fabulous quality from Creative Grids. 6.5 inch by 12.5 inch ruler, 6.5 inch by 6.5 inch square ruler. Now, if, I don't know, we haven't got any of the lips left, have we? Did they all sell out, Hannah? Oh, there are a few left. Can I just grab them? Because if you want to, you can use the lips, the ruler lips. I've got them right here. These are brand new today. They should be $9.99, but today they're only $7.99. It's our second early bird. You get 2 in the pack, and they are called ruler lips. And what you do is fix it on to one ruler. They grip really well. And then you can join 2 rulers together. Okay? It'll join the 2 rulers together. Now, if you wanted to use this to cut, you could, but really this is more about having that long ruler now that you can measure out things like your borders, your bindings, your larger squares and strips, perhaps for doing sashings. you can put two 24-inch rulers together and have a 48-inch ruler using this. I mean, super, super useful. The second way that you use this, and they do fix the rulers together really securely, is you can pop the lip on the bottom of the ruler, and then when you come to cut your fabrics, okay, this acts a bit like a T-square. So rather than slipping and sliding across the surface, it hits the edge and it will stay there so that you can cut and you can slide it along. It's holding it right there in place. Super, super useful for $7.99. It's a brand new product today. Well over half the stock has gone. If you want to get your ruler lips with a £2 saving, you will need to be quite quick on that. Brilliant, brilliant new product there. Two great early birds from earlier on. Now, next up, we're going to do the Creative Grids non-slip scrap ruler. This is called Crazier 8. Crazier 8. And this is a fab little set of templates. Let me just get them all out. So you get 5 different shapes here. Let me just arrange them on my board so you can see. We've got D is here. There's D. E. B. And C. So you can see there that once these are all sewn together, they're going to make an 8-inch block. Here's our 8-inch block. And what's really cool about that is if you pick the same sort of fabrics, you can kind of join them up and create secondary patterns. There's a design here for creating almost like a stained glass effect quilt. Love that with the rectangular and the square blocks. Really, really cool. And you can cut all the pieces out of a layer cake as well. So if I just grab a layer cake square and I'll show you what I mean, everything will fit on. Okay. All right. So if I just move these to one side. And I think the best thing to do, actually, if you're going to use a layer cake square, is to place everything first. Okay. Make sure that you've got everything fitting. Can you see how that fits absolutely beautifully? You've got to make sure that you can get everything on. And I like to push that section up because actually, effectively, what you're going to do is you'll sew this to this, different fabrics, these 3 together, and then you've got this seam here. So the easiest way to cut it out from a layer cake is in that way. So once you've got them like that, make a cut through the center, so you've got 2 halves. Then you can cut D and E from the bottom section and A, B and C from the top section. Now, if you layer up 5 squares of fabric, 5 10-inch squares of fabric, all different colours, you can cut 5 blocks in one go and then just mix and match all of the pieces and you'll have 5 completely different blocks. Super fun. Individually, of course, you can use these on your scraps. So if you've got little leftovers from other patchwork and dressmaking projects, all you want to make sure is you've got a grid on here, and this is to help you make sure that the fabric is on the straight of grain. So it doesn't matter whether it's on the lengthwise or the crosswise grain. What you want to try and avoid, though, is that sort of thing. We'd never do that and cut that out on a large piece of fabric. I think we'd naturally always do that. But when you've got a little funny offcut, it's quite easy to lose sight of where the straight of grain is. If you need to check where the straight of grain is, crosswise grain, you're going to have a little tiny bit of stretch. Lengthwise grain, actually that's the crosswise grain. So that's the crosswise grain. You can have a little bit of stretch. Lengthwise grain, a little less. On the bias, absolutely loads. So just check, just give your fabric a little gentle tug, and then try and put the template on as much as you can on the straight of grain. So that's Crazier 8 from Creative Grids for $29.99. That could be the answer to taming your scraps. Tame the scraps. And also as well, the other thing I would do is when you've pieced your block together, while it's still there in front of you, get your decorative stitches on your sewing machine, maybe with a variegated thread, and do a bit of extra stitching onto your block to emulate those kind of crazy patchwork quilts from late Victorian times, and then sew your blocks together. What a lot of fun that would be. Right, that's Crazier 8. Now, next up, I've got some 10-inch charm packs. I've got Homestead Woven. I was looking at this online 2 days ago, thinking, oh, shall I? This is crashing. That wasn't. That would have been full price. This is crashing. Look, £20 saving. Thank you. This is like a slightly brushed cotton effect. So I wouldn't call this a flannel as such, but it's got a slightly brushed effect. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. If you want to, I don't want to be stereotyped here, but if you wanted to make a quilt for a guy, these are absolutely gorgeous. I've got a pattern actually in my book. Is it Simple Shapes or is it Make 100 Quilts, called Plaid bars, and this would work beautifully for that. Look, it's absolutely gorgeous. All different plaids and stripes. They're all woven plaids and stripes. If you're working with a woven cotton, they're called wovens because they're woven stripes and woven plaids rather than printed. Okay, so the yarn is dyed different colours and then it's woven to create this instead of just one plain fabric that's been printed. There's no difference when you're working with it. What I would say is where fabric has got that sort of slightly brushed feel to it, it's sometimes an idea just to use a few extra pins, because it's very smooth fabric and can slightly slip. I love these tobacco browns, these golden warm rich browns. I'd love to patchwork this together and make a shacket, frankly. Yeah. Have to think carefully about how you would deal with the raw edges inside of the patchwork, but you could definitely add some elements. That is delicious. I want one of those. $39.99 for 40 10-inch squares. I've got fewer than 30 opportunities left. It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And, fewer than 25 now. That's going to sell out really quickly, isn't it? I'm not going to get one, but you still could. It's from Moda. It's called Urban Homestead Gatherings Wovens, and they just are beautiful kind of plaids and little checks and stripes. Delicious. In a gorgeous neutral palette of blacks, greys and warm tobacco brown. I've got fewer than 20 of these left. If you want one of these bargain bundles, it's a Moda layer cake. It's $39.99. You're saving £20. You will need to be quick. You will need to be quick. Christine's message to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Brilliant demos from Hayley this morning. She says, when I had my operation 2 weeks ago, I hope you're recovering. I slept through the night in half of Sewing Street. Half of Sewing Street? Today, I thought I was up at 6:30 by accident as my watch is broken and I didn't realise the time. My goodness. Right. Next layer cake. This is called Simply Delightful and it's by Sherry and Chelsea. This is beautiful, kind of rainbow colour palette. Are we having a cheeky price crash, Hannah? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. £20 saving. Look at that. Let me show you the fabrics. They are delightful. They're simply delightful. Cherry. Oh, yes, please. Love these kind of lovely little modern prints in a variety of rainbow colours. We've got reds, peachy oranges. Oh, love that. Absolutely gorgeous. This is perfect for National Day of Happiness. I've got single figures left already. Love that wasabi. Oh, yes, please. This is beautiful. It's just a delightful kind of rich pastel rainbow. Got some navies in there as well. Oh, that is lovely. This would make the most perfect kind of summery, beachy or picnicky quilt. Can I take my quilt to the beach or the park? Of course you can. Of course you can. There are only 3 left. With something like that, you could put something like ripstop on the back of it so it didn't let the wet through if you're on ground. But I just, you know, as soon as my bottom starts getting wet, I think it's time to go home. Yeah, just, and then pop it in the washing machine. I wash my quilts, I use them and abuse them. You know, that's what I make my quilts for, to use them and love them. So picnic quilt, beach quilt, absolutely perfect. But of course use quality fabrics that you know you can wash and use and they're gonna last. That's sold out. Well done if you got it. Fabulous, fabulous. Now, just to let you know, the homestead wovens in those gorgeous, we're pretty much down to single figures. It's those warm charcoal, grey and black, warm rich tobacco browns. They're all plaids, they're woven plaids and stripes. Absolutely gorgeous, lovely, sort of quite masculine country look to these. You could literally just sew those squares together, leave them as they are, sew them together in rows and join them. I've got Country Roads being sung in my ear now by my director and my producer. I feel like I need to add a... Stop it! No, I hate that song. Sorry, I have not bonded with Beyonce's foray into country music. It's so overplayed. It's every video on Instagram seems to have this on. I do not want to see anybody else in cowboy boots going like this to it. Enough! Enough! Stop it. Don't make me leave the studio and come in that gallery. Right, Ruby Star Society. This is beautiful. This is absolutely, I love this. Oh my goodness, crashing. Hello. Yes, please. $39.99. These fabrics, it's Mrs. Mills. Do you know, I've had so many people say to me, can't you design a range of fabric with Mrs. Mills on it? And I should. Look at that palette though. This is making me very happy. I love these mustard, golden, yet hello. Squirrel. This is eclectic. It is gorgeous. Chai tea, florals. Oh, it's cool. Love this. 10-inch squares, you get 42 of them for $39.99. There she is again, little superstar Millie. Oh, I was watching some old videos of her. She still looks great. You know, she's 21 in June, God willing. And we're already planning a party for her. We're going to have a big birthday bash because she's got the key to the door, frankly. She's got the key to the door, and at last she will have her freedom. Oh, the teals. It's just absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous 10-inch charm pack, that. 42 10-inch squares for $39.99. You're making a whopping £20 saving on that. Been very, very popular. The Ruby Star Society come rolled up, which I rather like. It's like a fistful of gorgeous fabric. I love using Ruby Star Society for more modern quilts and also for bags. Hi, Stuart, loving these packs. I make my own journals and they would be perfect for the covers. Kerry, that's a great idea. Love that. Book jackets, diary covers. And also as well, you know, we were looking this morning at Hayley's wonderful shacket, which there's patchwork versions of. I've got a patchwork kimono style jacket coming up in my new book, which releases in September. A little plug now. That is all patchwork. You could use 10-inch layer cake for that as well. So start stocking up, especially when you see them at a great price. Absolutely lovely. Now I've also got a 5-inch charm pack as well. Oh, another message, dear Stuart. Your New Mexico quilt has arrived and I can't wait to get started. I think you're great. A talented, lovely presenter and designer. Oh, Elizabeth, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I love being here on Sewing Street. It's a privilege, it's a treat. It never feels like work unless I've got my director and producer singing Beyonce in my ear. Then it starts to feel, stop it! It starts to feel like work. Now then, I've got those same fabrics in a 5-inch charm pack. So look, I'm gonna grab these out again because I want to show you that even on smaller pieces of fabric, these still look absolutely wonderful. $17.99 is your price. Again, fabulous to make a bag with. You could do a few cushions. You could do a lovely table runner. My very first published pattern ever was called Prince Charming. And no, my Garden Charms, I beg your pardon. And it was a table runner using a charm pack. And do you know, it's so much, it was published, I think it's 1842. Cheeky. I think it was 11 years ago. It was my very first article, and I'd made it, and I'd just got an iPhone for the first time, and I took a photo, and I could email it in one step, which is the reason why I started writing for magazines, because I could send a photo on my phone. It's true. And I'd never had anything published before, and the editor emailed me back within an hour and said, "Love it. Can we have the pattern by Friday?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." and that was how I started. But you know, I do keep thinking that I should bring that pattern back because it's a lovely little pattern, and it uses a charm pack. So watch this space. Anyway, gorgeous fabric. But of course, anything that uses a charm pack, you can also use scraps for. Don't they look lovely? Oh, I'd love that. $17.99. I've only got single figures. Very, very limited on that. Now, earlier on, we had Sarah Brangwyn's fantastic instructions for the Crazy Fun Sampler. I think this is amazing value, actually, because look, you get instructions for making 2 different sizes, right? One that uses a 5-inch charm, one the larger version that uses a 10-inch charm, right? And you learn to make rail fence, 4-patch, 9-patch snowball, pinwheel, diamond square, square in a diamond, strips, mini half square triangles, log cabin, courthouse steps, and improvisational stars. All of that is contained within your pattern, and you have 2 versions. Now, you could do the scrappy sampler. You could take 1 or 2 of the blocks, turn it into a whole quilt. You could do table runners. I mean, it's so versatile. $9.99 for the pattern, and you get all of that. I think it's brilliant in 2 sizes. Absolutely brilliant. It's great value. And also as well, what's rather nice, lots and lots of you have been emailing in today to say, I'm just getting into quilting, never done patchwork before. I've bought this pattern because I know I'm going to learn lots of different, and they're all simple techniques as well. This is important. If you're a beginner thinking, no, I really should restrict myself just to sewing squares together, you can, but you don't need to limit yourself. These are all simple techniques, but all a little bit different. I think this is a lot of fun. And yeah, give it a go. You can use a charm pack. You can use a 10-inch charm, or you could use yardage or even your scraps. Dig into your scraps. Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. Your finished size, by the way, if you do the small size, which is using your 5-inch charm, that makes a 25-inch square quilt. You could add borders, make it bigger. And then your large size, which uses a 10-inch layer cake, that will make a 50-inch square quilt. And again, you could add borders and make it 60, 65 inches square. So really, really versatile pattern. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the made and making. Learn it, make it, love it. Crazy Fun Sampler. pattern. Right, okay. What's next, Hannah? Lefty, righty, square thing. Thank you so much for that. The lefty, righty. The lefty, right. Oh, it is literally called the lefty, righty square ruler. Now, let me tell you, this is great. So, I'm going to tell you about it first, and then I'm going to do an amazing crash. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to. It's a 12.5-inch square ruler. Let's do the crash. I'll tell you about it in a second. Let me tell you what you're going to pay. You are having a laugh. I told you they were going to be great crashes, but I didn't realise they were that good. My talkback's just gone, by the way. £9.99. So that's a £12 saving. That's absolutely phenomenal. Is that £12.99 saving? Absolutely brilliant. Now, you know how keen I am on square rulers. I think once you've got your basic ruler, you absolutely need a square ruler. Okay. 12.5-inch square is fantastic. Okay, really brilliant. And what amazing value. £9.99 for a 12.5-inch square ruler. Now, it's called a lefty righty because all of the markings, all of the measurements, thank you, Dan, are set out so that you can twist it around. Hello, everybody, I'm back. You can twist it around whether you're left or right-handed. So you've got all your markings on both sides, so it doesn't matter whether you're left or right-handed. It's really, really easy to use. This is brilliant if you're doing maybe background squares, squaring up your blocks, squaring up half-square triangles. You can also use this for things like squaring up your quilt once it's quilted. Loads of you already gone for this. This is an absolute bargain. It's a bargain. Can't believe that. $22.99 is your original price. I thought we might get it down to $15.99. At $15.99, that would have been a £7 saving. That's a fantastic saving. That's like a third off, right? But at $9.99, you're saving £12. I think that's $12.99. That's absolutely phenomenal saving. You're saving more than you're spending, which in my book is what I refer to as a for nothing purchase. For nothing. It's practically for nothing. You're saving more than you're spending. And it is exactly like other rulers, 1/8 of an inch thick perspex. It's got the hole for storing it as well. Easy Quilting is a great brand. The markings are very, very clear. You've got your diagonals, your 45-degree lines. Okay, super useful when you're squaring up blocks or units. And when I finish making a quilt, and obviously you've got your extra batting and your extra backing fabric, you quilt it and then you need to trim the edges square. I always reach for my square ruler because I plant it first in that top right corner and I square off on both directions. So I'm starting from a beautiful square angle, and then I can either move the ruler down to do the length of the quilt, or I might swap to my 24-inch ruler to do the sides. And then when I'm maybe about 10 inches off the bottom of the quilt, I'll go back to my square, turn the quilt around, square back on, line it up with the edge that I've already cut, line up the corner and the second straight edge, and again square off the corner. And that's how you get those beautifully square corners, nice even edges on your quilts. This is an absolute bargain. I can't believe it. $9.99 for this, for a 12.5-inch square ruler, rotary cutting ruler, instead of its usual price, which is $22.99. Absolutely incredible saving. Loads of you have checked out on this. Loads more of you have this in your basket. Now, I've got a few other easy quilting rulers and templates coming up. They're all going to have crazy crashes. So let's jump in and do it, shall we? Okay, so next up, we're going to do the companion angle ruler. So this is great actually for cutting things like half square and quarter square triangles. You've got instructions on the back, but you can cut. See, normally when we make quarter square triangles, we have that big square. And if you haven't got a big square, or maybe you're working with jelly roll strips, you can't make quarter square triangles. But this you can put onto strips of fabric, and you can also put it onto scraps. So I'm just going to get rid of this bit of packaging. There we go. Now you'd think, wouldn't you, from that price that we'd already done the crash, but we haven't. Normally $13.99. Let me show you what we're going to do. Oh, wow, $6.99. Let me show you how it works. I'll show you how it works. So I'm just going to get a couple of different fabrics here. Okay, so I've just got 2 layer cake squares. Now this could be a strip of okay, but I'm just going to fold this in half so I can cut 2 lots. Okay, so first things first, I just want to start with a straight edge along the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to use the long edge on the ruler. Oops. I'm at a funny angle, by the way, so don't be surprised if it takes me a couple of attempts to cut through. It's just the angle that I'm at and the height. Right, okay. And then the second thing that I want to do is cut the strip down, okay? So here, I think, let me look and see what I'm going to do. Let's go 4.5. I want to get as much out of my fabric as I can. Okay. Again, this is why you need more than one ruler. I know we'd like to think one ruler can do it all, but actually, you know. So now I've got my 8-inch, okay. And I'm going to make a cut here. As I say, this could be a long strip of fabric, in which case then I would flip and cut in a long line. But I'm just going to do 4 triangles at this juncture. So I'm just going to turn my work around, get everything lined back up again, and then cut. You'll notice as well that you've got a flat edge at the top. That's automatically cutting off the dog ears for me. And then when I open this out, what I've actually cut there is this gorgeous large quarter square triangle block. How cool is that? Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Quick and easy. Now, don't think that these pieces can't be used. You can always go back in and you can cut these down. These would make fantastic half square triangles. And the thing to do with these, we could actually make 4 half square triangles just out of what we've cut off. And the thing to do with this is sew them together just as they are. And then you want to go in with your lefty righty. If you haven't already get this, $9.99 instead of $22.99. And then you can square up your half square triangles that you've made with your offcuts. And what a fantastic quilt we could make using a layer cake. From 2 layer cake squares, we've got 1 large quarter square triangle for the body of our quilt, and we've got 4 half square triangles for the border. Love it. Amazing price, $6.99. I can't believe that. Brilliant. I've got more. Let's keep going. Right, Dresden plate. This is the wedge shape. Let me move this over for a second. Okay, so you've got your wedge. This is the Darlene Zimmerman Dresden ruler. Now, it should be $8.99. This is one template that I would not be without. I love Dresden, and I would not make it without a ruler. Check this out. 50% off, £4.49. That's amazing. This makes, look at all the sizes, 1, 1.5, 2, 2, all the way up to 8 inch. All these different sizes. You can make mini Dresdens, you can make large Dresdens, you can make full, quarter, half, 3/4. You can use this as embellishments. Absolutely brilliant deal. £4.49. And if you've never ever seen this in action before, let me show you very, very quickly what you do. Okay, so the easiest thing to do is to use strips of fabric. Okay, and you can layer them up. They could be various different colours, but I'm just going to use one fabric. And basically, you pick the strip width according to what you've got. And so I'm going to do, 1, 2, 3, I'm going to do a 4-inch wide strip this time. Okay. So I might have lots of scraps and I just want to use them up. Okay. So I've got my 4-inch strip. What I'm going to do then is lay this on, and I line the bottom of the wedge and the 4-inch mark at the top, and then I'm going to cut. Now this is when having a rotating cutting mat comes into its own, but you do have to remember, Stuart, to unlock the rotating part. Right, so then we'll just turn it. And you're just going to keep lining up as you go. Or just turn the ruler. You see what I mean about smaller rulers are just easier to manoeuvre. I've only got 12 of these remaining. So you keep going down your strip. You've got all your little wedge shapes. And then all you do is fold this in half, fat end, crease. Okay, centre crease. Then what you'll do is you'll sew 1/4 inch across the top. And then once you've sewn 1/4 inch across the top, you will flip the whole thing through to the right side, and what that creates, I'm just kind of mocking this up, is a little pointed end. Do you see what I mean? And it's all turned under, and then you sew those together, different colours, mix and match, to create your blades, and then you'll end up with a circle in the centre, an empty space with a raw edge. You just do a circle, do it faced with a interfacing, or turn the edge and applique it over the top. And you've got these amazing sort of starbursts, and then applique the whole thing to a background square. Amazing price. I can't believe that. 50% off the price, just because. And there's loads and loads of different sizes. Right, single figures on that. Be very quick if you want it. Now I've got one more ruler, which I'm doing an amazing price on. This is the easy angle. You want me to open this up? $6.99. How about a 60% saving? How about a 60% saving? Absolutely brilliant. Now I just want to check. Okay. Right, easy angle. So this is effectively your half square triangle ruler. This is your half square triangle ruler in multiple sizes. Absolutely fab. Of course, if you want full instructions, you get some instructions with it. This is how you're going to create your half square triangles. You've also got, you can easily watch lots of videos on how to use this. That's amazing. £3.49. £3.49. Now, coming up in the next hour, we have got Hayley West back again. And Hayley is bringing us an amazing ruler bundle. Do we have it? Oh, is it? Oh. Oh, yes, got it. Oh, okay. So these are coming up in the next hour. We've got the Patchmaker Square. We're doing the binding square, and we've also got the ruler as well. So these are coming up, they're back in stock after selling out. Hayley will explain how these work in the next hour, so stick around for that. But I just wanted to tease you with those. Absolutely brilliant ruler deals today, absolutely brilliant. Right, let's do quilters roll clips. So when you come to quilt your quilts, question I get asked all the time, what do I do with the quilt that I'm not quilting, okay? The rest of it, yeah? So I've got the quilt that's under here, but there's a whole load of other quilt. Do I just bunch it up and stuff it through my machine? Well, you can do that if you want to, but a lot of quilters use quilters roll clips. And so what you do is you have your, we haven't got a quilt, have we? If you've got one of the small quilts, maybe like the Purple Rain quilt, that would be really easy to demo with. Oh, can I borrow that? Oh, thanks, Hayley. Brilliant. Right, so I've got a quilt. So let me open these up. There we go. Right, okay, so you're quilting your quilt, and you need to manage the quilt that you're not working with. So here's the thing, you want to roll it up. Rolling, rolling. Okay, right, so we've rolled up my quilt. Okay, and then you use your quilter's clips, and you are going to clip them on like so. All right? And so what these are going to do is hold the quilt that you're not working on. It's going to stop it unraveling so that it controls. Now, obviously, on a small quilt, you might not need to do that. On a large quilt, you need something to control it. We often refer to these as like your bicycle clips, and these are just going to hold that roll of quilt. And if I flip this over for a second, you'll be able to see that there's actually loads of room within there, and you can actually leave them on and just keep rolling your quilt up, and they will travel with the quilt. So as you quilt your quilt, you can continue to roll it and slide your bicycle clips along, and they will just hold the whole thing out of your way while you're quilting. If you've already checked out your basket, don't worry, you can add these into a new basket. Just combine your baskets when you check out, and you'll only pay 1 P&P. Love those. Over half the stock's gone into baskets. If you want to get your quilters roll clips, now's your chance. They're $2.99 and you get 2 of them. 2 in a pack. Great little addition. Particularly useful on those big quilts. Now you might want to multi-buy those if you're working with a very big quilt like a king size. Then you might want to put 4 or even 6 along the length just to control the whole thing. But certainly a pack of 2. Very, very useful. Right, next up, I've got Clover fork pins. Let me just pop that back to Hayley. Thank you so much for that, Hayley. Bro, right. These are the Clover fork pins. Again, I'm going to open these up so I can show you what they are. So all Clover notions are wonderful. I've never met a Clover notion that I didn't think was wonderful. No, honestly, everything that they do is brilliant. It's brilliantly conceived, beautifully made, quality, always. So what these are, they're like a double pin. Can you see that? It's like a double pin. Yeah. So when you're pinning things together, rather than pinning it once, you're effectively pinning it twice. This is absolutely fantastic. Anything that you pin together, it's fantastic. But you know those times when you're sewing something together and you've got a point, like a half square triangle or a flying geese or something like that, and where you want to pin is actually the point, you know? So perhaps kind of, you know, here's your flying geese unit and here's your seam allowance, okay? Do you see what I mean? Can you see that? Is it obvious? Yeah. Okay. So really what we want to do is pin here. This is the bit we really want to hold in place. But if you try and push a pin through that, you'll distort the patchwork. What you really want to do is pin either side of it. So that's where these fork pins really come into their own, because you can splay them apart, you can push the pin through. And can you see there that what I've now got is I've got a pin literally either side of that point, holding it in place, but there is no pin actually running through the centre. So for your patchwork, absolutely brilliant. And all you do there, as I say, is when you come to use them, they're very close together, but you can open them up. Just open them up with your thumb and forefinger, okay? And then slide them through. They're beautifully fine as well. So they're going to go through the fabric without leaving nasty holes. Yeah, great. Really cool. Give them a try. They come in as well with a little box as well to hold them. They've got a nice little case that clips together. You might not have seen these before. I was sent some a couple of years ago, and I first thought, what on earth? Why would are they? And then I started using them. They're terrific. They're absolutely great. As I say, particularly when you want very secure pinning, or you want to pin either side of something. So another time when I use them is pattern matching, where you really, really do want to pin quite heavily to make sure you're capturing every little detail when you're joining two patterns together. This way, it's one action, but you've just put two pins in. All right. Now, Hayley's ruler bundle is coming up after the break. 3 items in the bundle. I am looking forward to the demos of these. You've got the patchmaker square, you have got the binding square, and you have also got the ruler. You've got the binding square available on its own in the next hour or two for the first time. So stick around. Great demos, as always, from Hayley. I'll see you after the break.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Well, it's wonderful to have your company. It's been a very, very busy morning. Hayley West has joined me back in the studio. Hi, Hayley.
How you doing?
Our Handmade by Hayley hour. Now, I have an update on the Shacket pattern. It's not great news, I'm afraid. We can't get the pattern back in today. What we are going to do is get a second show scheduled as soon as we can, which means we get Hayley back for a full hour.
We hadn't got anything left, we hadn't got the fabrics or anything,
Exactly.
so it makes sense to have
It
another
does.
show when we can bring you everything together.
Yep, so we'll keep you posted. We'll get another show scheduled in really soon and we'll have those patterns. So in the meantime, if you do see any fabric that you fancy, just get yourself 2.5 meters and you will have enough for the Shacket. Get it stashed. Right, this hour is all about crafting with fabric. We've got some fabulous projects, but we're going to start with a ruler bundle.
It's a bundle of 3. So first of all, you've got, these are all from Handmade by Hayley. You've got your binding square. This is for turning and pressing your binding strips. Everything from 1 inch finished, 1.5 inch, 1 3/4, and a 2 inch finished width. Also great for shoulder straps.
Absolutely.
You've also got your patchmaker square. This is the perfect tool for creating things like half square and quarter square triangles. And then you've also got your, well, what's effectively a simplified rotary cutting ruler. So great for beginners. Great also if you just want to grab and go. You don't like overcomplicated rulers. You've got the 1/4 inch and a 1/4 inch increments marked, clear inches very clearly demarcated on your ruler, up to 13 inches. You've also got a 45-degree angle cut through the top, making things like diagonal seams for binding an absolute breeze. Now you're getting all 3. There's a lot of value in here. Would you believe, if I was to tell you that all 3 of these rulers was £30, I think that would be a great bargain. They're actually under 20, £19.99 for all 3 rulers, all 3 tools in your stash. I think that's phenomenal value, Hayley.
Well, thank you very much. I wanted to make it as affordable as possible to maybe encourage you to give patchworking a go. But to be fair, you can use them in loads of different areas, as I'll be showing you in a little while as well. But it all came about because of my journey with patchworking and things that I experienced. And I thought, well, I'm not going to be the only person that's experienced this. So, excuse me, I will demonstrate the binding square in a few moments because we've got some information on that one. But the idea was everything was stripped back. So it's not a case of that I'm saying to you, these are the only rules you will ever need when it comes to quilting, but they're ones that are going to help you gain your confidence to go on to maybe the next stage. Saying that, I have got some friends who are very, very experienced sewers, and they utilise these every single day. They have them out on their work area because they're easy to use, whether it's dissecting down fabrics, or if you're a bit like me, you use your 1/4 square, half square, 3/4 and full inches more often than not. Then that's the information you need. And I'll tell you about the others in a little while.
Yeah, I must admit, Hayley, where years ago I used to do things like my half square triangles, and it was like 2 7/8, 3 7/8, 4 3/8. Goodness me, hard to measure. Now I tend to go full inch or half inch, make the half square triangle, and then trim it down. So actually, a simplified ruler, useful for any patchwork or quilter. All 3 rulers, all 3 tools. You've got your simplified rotary ruler, you've got your patchmaker square for half square and 1/4 square triangles, and your binding square for under £20. Absolutely brilliant. Now the binding square is available on its own, first time ever. And I'm going to keep these 2 things handy because I want to do a little price comparison in just a sec. So binding square on its own, I think everybody needs this. £7.99 for that. Now, how do we use this?
Okay, I will show you that if
Brilliant.
you would like me to. So the kind of dimensions were key as well, because we've got a square and I thought we might as well make it a usable square. So the square itself actually measures 3.5 inches. So straight away you could use it for your little patches if you wanted to, because you've got that 1/4 inch seam allowance on there. You've also got little slots in there, and the idea being is that you will take your fabric, dependent on the width that you want for your finished binding, and you would feed it through. So all the instructions are on there. So in red it says cut fabric strips to double the double of finished width. I need a new pair of teeth for this one. So you've got 1 inch, 2 inch, you've got 1.5, 1 3/4. Now, I've actually used some of the strips from the bunting that we've got on the show, which is 2 inches wide. So what I'm going to do is make it 1 inch finished width. So you start off, glad that we had I've got a little tickle. I've run out of water as well, so if any of you could grab me a glass of water, that would be fabulous. So 2 inches wide to start with. So all I'm going to do to start off with is just bring the edges in to the middle to meet and just give it a little bit of a press. And that's just to get us starting, so we've got a nice neat edge to start with. If you wanted to, you could press it, spray it with your best press before you get going. It's entirely up to you. Now I'm going to use my 1 inch finished, so I'm going to go up at the centre, and then I'm going to come down out to the outside. So I've woven that through like so. Now let me just move that down a little bit there. pop that down just there, because those little fork pins that you had earlier on, oh, these are invaluable when it comes to working with these, because all you need to do is pop a little fork pin on one side, like so, another one on the other side, and that is going to secure your fabric. I have tried doing it with single pins, and I have to say, the fork pins are just brilliant to actually stop your fabric moving around when you come to the next stage.
You're going to go in there with an iron, and what I forgot to mention, of course, is that your double fork pins are all metal.
Absolutely.
There's no plastic, there's no heads that you might catch with your iron and melt. Obviously, they will get hot with the heat of your iron, but nothing's going to melt.
That's it. So once you've actually secured your fabric, you've got all your fabric off to the left. If you are if you're left-handed, you can do it the other way around. Then the actual the acrylic square that you've got is okay for your iron to go right up against. So what I would tend to do, you could, if you want to, I put my index finger in the kind of join and just move the fabric like so, just to kind of get it going, like finger pressing.
Oh, it's brilliant. That works so well.
And then you literally will just hold that. So with your left hand, you're going to kind of make a little pocket and then feed your fabric along. Now you've got a horizontal line on here, so I tend to keep that where the raw edges are to keep us on track, and then just feed it through. And miraculously, at the other end, you've got your tape.
That is very, very clever.
And then when you need to make it a little bit longer, you're going to take it further along to where you've kind of got to. So leave it within the square. Again, fork pins, as I said, very, very securely held. So one at the top, one at the bottom. And then you just continue until you've completed the length that you need for whatever project you're creating. As simple as that.
That is really clever. And you know what as well? You get 4 different sizes. Effectively, this is like a bias binding maker, isn't it? All straight of grain. But you get 1 inch finished, 1.5 inch finished, 1 3/4 inch finished, and 2 inch finished. Now, if you were buying the individual Clover bias tape maker, you're going to pay around about £10 each.
And I
So
would
that
lose
be
3 of those.
£40. £40 to do the same job.
Yeah.
£7.99. £7.99.
That's it. That's why I wanted them all in the same tool, because then that is just in my work area. I just bring that in and out when I need
Presumably
it.
as well though, Hayley, if you wanted to do like a quilt binding fold, all you've got to do is fold the fabric in half so that the raw edges match, and then feed it through.
Whichever
and
way
it's
you
going to
want to
line
do it.
everything up perfectly.
Absolutely.
So
Again,
you can make 8 different kinds of binding.
that's it. And again, if you the one that I've just done, it was 1 inch wide, but if I wanted to fold it again, I can literally take it and fold it. Again, just give it that little kind of initial press. Now, I don't actually have a slot on here that is going to feature for the 1/2 inch that I'm creating here. But what I can do is feed it through again, but just kind of keep it to one side of the slot. So when you've got the pins in there, you've still got control with regards to how it's going to work. So again, you can kind of do your finger pressing to get it going, but you can still press it with your iron and still fold it to whatever point you want, really, because it's actually thicker fabric going through. So yeah. There you go.
That's amazing. I actually do a lot of my stems for applique that way.
Okay.
I'll do the traditional kind of bias binding and then stitch down one side onto, machine stitch one side down onto my applique background for my stem, then fold the fabric over as you just saw Hayley do. So it just covers the original line of stitching and then top stitch down the edge. A message from Carol. Great ruler, really simplifies making binding. What a clever lady.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Brilliant. And this is the first time it's been offered individually as well. $7.99 for the binding tool.
So those are the different widths that you can actually create.
Oh, amazing.
Sorry, I forgot to
Thank
give
you. Thank you. So I'll just show you. There's your 2 inch finished. There's 1 3/4, 1.5, and 1, all from one tool. And if I flip that over, you can see, look, it's like your bias binding. So for example, if you did want to bind, say, the top of a bag, or you wanted to bind a quilt, so you could bind a quilt with single fold binding, a 1 inch finish, that would be gorgeous, a chunky binding. But look, if you use the 1 inch, and let's say this is my quilt, and then you can bind. How smart does that look? Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, for most quilting applications, single fold binding is more than adequate. I think a lot of us automatically double fold bind everything. And that's a great finish for a quilt that's going to go through a lot of wear and tear. But if you're making a wall hanging or a wall quilt, single fold is fine. Lots of you going for this on its own. If you want even greater value, even more for your money, £7.99 on its own, okay, for an extra £12, you're going to get the whole set, including your patchmaker square for half square and quarter square triangles and your simplified ruler. If you just want binding, great, £7.99. For an extra £12, all 3 tools. Now, can we talk about what the others do, Hayley?
We certainly can. I'm looking for my rotary cutter. I don't know what I
do. A rotary cutter. I've got one right here.
I changed the blade and everything in all preparation. And
you were too prepared. You were too prepared.
It's probably sitting nicely on my cutting table, ready for when I get home. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. So the next one that we're going to look at is the patchmaker square, and this was again simplifying the fact that I couldn't get my head around the additional seam allowance that you have to add on each time, because obviously if you're doing a square, you've got one seam allowance. If you do the half square triangles, then it's a different figure that you add on. If you're doing your quarter square triangles, again, it's another figure. And it was like, I just want something quick and easy. I'm not into doing maths. I want to be able to just do it simply. So that's where this came about. And I wanted to make sure that it was something that had got different colours on there to make it nice and easy for us to follow. So you've got red writing. You've also got blue, as well as black. And what you'll actually find is you've got a series of straight lines with little arrows that literally tell you which one to follow when you're wanting to create your pieces. So let's flip this over and get onto the cutting mat. And the idea being is you just need a straight line to start with. So it's up to you whether you're right-handed or left-handed. It's entirely up to you. So let's start off with a straight edge over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold that over, do a straight edge just with my rotary cutter, like so. Oh, I've got a terrible tickle today. It's really irritating. Is that cut at all? It's all right. I've just cut that and nothing's happened. Oops.
Let me get you a different rotary cutter. Come here.
Oh, thank you, darling.
What, maybe have a
excuse me.
Try a different mat as well. I'm going to get you a...
I've not used this mat before. That could be a good point, actually. We had a nice rotary one earlier on.
It depends.
Is that the rotating one, someone?
No, it's cut
fine.
resistant.
Oh, bless you.
Is that big enough?
That'll be fine. That will be fine.
Rotating.
That's fine. Thank you. Looking after me, bless him. Thank you
Hiya.
so much. So, again, I'm just going to trim down. So I've got that raw edge now. Actually, no, I didn't. I didn't trim the raw edge off, did I? So just get your raw edges. And this could be multiple layers if you're wanting to. So let's just give that a little trim to start with. So I'm using my larger ruler. It's a nice one, nice size to actually have in your stash because it's 14 inches. So it's a little bit bigger than your larger kind of blocks if you're needing to. So nice, easy. So what I would do then is I would decide what it is that I'm going to be creating. And all you do is you take those lines that you've got and you bring them down to where your fabrics meet, so that corner. So for instance, if I wanted to do a 2-inch square, I would place that there and I'd cut up the side there and cut across. If I wanted to do a half square triangle, again, finished size 2 inches, I'd go up and across if I wanted
that's
to.
the finished size. So
that's the finished size.
So if I wanted a 3-inch, I use the 3-inch, but it actually cuts the 3.5-inch.
It does indeed, yeah. So it's your finished size that is on there. So for instance, if I wanted to do, say I wanted to do a series of 3-inch quarter square triangles, then I would pop that on there and I could just literally go up one side, a couple of cuts, flip that out of the way and go across. So then you put them together in the technique that you most enjoy doing. So again, oh dear me, there we go. Got it there. So that would be for my quarter square triangles. Now, if I wanted to do half square triangles, then all I do is move it alongside and then I'd line it up, half square triangles, 3 inches. There you go, you've got the abbreviation on there as well, of course the universal abbreviation, oops, like so, and then across. Okay, this row. There you go. So now you can see that they're different sizes. Now as a quilter or a novice quilter, I wouldn't know what the variation needs to be, which is why I've simplified it with the actual measurements that you've got on there, because it's going to be a case of that is the easier for me to use. So then we've done those. If we wanted to do the 3-inch square, I'm going to take it slightly higher because I have got a fold on my fabric there, but I'm going to take it up like so to show you something else you can do if you've just cut random pieces of fabric that haven't necessarily got a raw edge to them. Because what you can actually do then, there we go, is turn the rule around. So I know that is a true corner, so I can turn that round now and then line it up with my 3-inch square and take away any extra little bits that I need to. So use this line for the 3-inch square on there. Not too bad on that side, I just need to take that little bit out of the top. But then I've got the components potentially all out of that same fabric. I know I need how many different little pieces with regards to that. So yeah, you trim that off like so. And now I have got the 3-inch for my squares. I have got the one that's slightly larger for my half squares, and then the one that's larger still for quarter squares. I couldn't get my head around the fact that when you're making smaller triangles, you need a bigger piece of fabric to start with. So that kind of helps simplify that, which is why you've got all of those on there. And then the last one is the simplified ruler, which I'll show you in a moment.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, amazing value in this bundle for $19.99. You get your patchmaker square, so that's going to cut 2-inch plain squares, 3-inch plain squares, 4-inch finished size. It's also going to do your half square triangle in a 2, 3 and 4-inch finish, and your quarter square triangle in that same size. So much versatility. There's literally hundreds of patchwork blocks that you can make using those measurements. Now, Sandra asks, sorry Hayley, I'm a bit confused. I thought that binding had to be cut on the bias. I'm new to all of this.
Okay, now there are a variety of different ways of doing your binding. Yes, bias binding can be cut on the diagonal, but I tend to, that was a very aggressive nature with the scissors, put a step away from the scissors. So bias binding, yes, cut on that bias for usually going around curves and things like that. So if you've got something that you need the fabric to move evenly, then cutting it on the bias will allow you to do that without any puckering. What I tend to do when I'm doing something square or angular like a quilt, I don't tend to cut it on the bias. I tend to just use the width of the fabric and that literally use that piece together and actually use that mitring it at the corners to go around the corners of your quilt potentially as you're working with it. So it doesn't always have to be on the bias. Depends on what you're making, to be fair. But the fold does look very similar to the bias. So, yeah, I can understand where the question comes from.
Yeah, I think that the name bias tape maker doesn't help, does it? Because it implies that the fabric has to be cut on the bias.
Yeah.
And, of course, you can use straight of grain or bias cut.
Yes,
Sometimes
absolutely.
I'll cut fabric which is slightly off the straight of grain. If I just need a little bit of stretch, it's the more economical way of using your fabric. But essentially, a straight strip of fabric, whether it's cut that way or that way, passes through and makes sure you're binding.
That's it. That's why I wanted to call it the binding square rather than the bias binding square, to try and explain that, yeah, you can use it either way. So you could use a fabric that's been cut on the bias, but you didn't have to. You could use it on the straight.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It is also a brilliant tool if you want to create, if you want overlays. I sometimes use overlays on my patchwork instead of piecing.
Yes, yeah.
I'll have some stained glass. I'll sew multiple squares together, bright squares together, make the tape in black and then overlay it.
Nice.
And then just use a twin needle to stitch the edges
Nice
down,
finish,
or
yeah.
just two lines of stitching. Loads of different ways you can use this tool. Amazing value in the whole bundle. Remember, you get the binding square, you also get the patchmaker square, and you get your simplified ruler. Now, this on its own is $7.99. For an extra £12, you're getting 9 different operations, if you like. plain squares, half square triangles, quarter square triangles in 3 different sizes of each. You also get your simplified ruler, and I think I can see how this would be useful in my own patchwork and quilting, especially when you're just cutting those simplified shapes that you don't want all of the confusing markings on a ruler.
Well, that's it, exactly that. I mean, sometimes it can be that you're simply cutting out, I've got a piece of fabric here that it's from a panel, and it is a case that I need to kind of cut it down. I could very easily just place that on there and just run that rotary cutter along the edge there. It's not an oversized ruler, but one of the things that I do love about it is that mitered edge, which is what I'm going to show you with the next little demo if I can, using one of the flags from the bunting, the Easter bunting that we've got. So this is one of the flags that we've got from the bunting panels, and what you would use this for, or should I say that pointy bit for, is when you're actually turning through your flags. So you've got your triangle there, so I'll very, very quickly just stitch down the edge of that, if I may, because it needs to be joined so as I can actually turn it through. So I'll just very quickly take that down like so. Okay, run it off there. So I've made my little flag. I would trim off the excess that we've got at the end there, and then the next stage would be to turn that through. So I would come in with my pressing mat, I would come in with my rule, and then what I do is I turn it through like so, and then pop that inside, and then I can use it for creating the point right the way through, and I can actually turn my fabric round and press it, because the acrylic will hold that. I'm not talking about putting your iron on there for 15 minutes, but if you're using it, and then what I tend to do is I just press on there and then slide that out of the way, and then you've got a nice point on each of those flags when you're actually creating. So yeah, it's a useful tool, but again, if you are doing your joins with your fabrics, like you say, for your tape, then you've got that 45-degree angle there as well.
Really clever. Really
so there you go.
clever.
So that's
Look
one of our
at
bunting flags.
Love that.
So yeah, that's why they all came about, because there is a purpose for all of them within my sewing room.
And look at this.
Have you found the bunting?
Well, is this happy? It's happy something. There's chicks and there's rabbits. Happy. E-A. Can you guess what it is yet? Happy Easter!
Yay.
Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. We've got these panels coming up. You might want to hop onto the web.
Oh, I see what you did there. Hop onto the website. There's not many of those, and we brought them onto the show just because you've got a little bit of time before Easter for those. So yeah.
Oh, fabulous. Now, the ruler bundle, amazing value. Hayley's just given us another example of how you can use the simplified ruler as a turning tool and a point turner. You've got your simplified ruler, 4 inches wide, 14 inches in length. You've also got your binding square that will create bias or straight of grain binding in 4 different widths. You've also got the Patchmaker square, which will help you cut 2, 3 and 4 inch finished squares, half square triangles and quarter square triangles. Absolutely amazing value at under £20. And what I love about it is it keeps things simple. We love simple. Life's hard enough, right? We don't need rulers to be complicated. Now, talk about making things simple. This is great. What a fantastic idea. This is a needle keeper, a needle storage. This is how, when we take our needles out, that we're going to reuse them. Where do we put them? How do we know what they are? This has got spaces for universal ballpoint, stretch denim and leather needles. It's got spaces. It's got a kind of a key, a guide to sizing, when we might use them. All of these different bits of advice on the Needle Keeper. And Hayley, this is a super make. Everybody needs one of these.
Well, it's something, again, it's one of those things that you'll use over and over again. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that you need something to actually fill them with. And this is where I've used the walnut shells, because they're brilliant for you to actually work with. I used, I think it's ½ kilo, so a couple of the bags of these and that you'll have enough there. But you can fill it with anything. It's up to you.
So I've got 250 grams of ground walnut shells in here, and you need 2 bags.
You do, yeah. I don't know whether you have to be careful with any allergies because of it being the shells rather than the kernel that's in the middle. I don't know. I've never really thought about it.
I would say if you do have any allergies, then I would avoid.
But yes, you would. Yeah, you would know yourself. So yeah, find something else to fill it with. You can fill it with whatever you like. But walnut shells are brilliant for pin cushions and help with the sharpening of your pins and your needles and things like that. Which is
cool.
Great, yeah.
Great. Lots of you coming in for those. It's not something we always have. I've got your tickle now.
Oh no, bless you. Must be something in the air.
There is, definitely. So that's your ground walnut shell, $7.99 for 250 grams. Brill. All right, so we've got a little panel, haven't we?
We have.
Make the needle keeper.
We have.
Here it is. So you've got all of your dimensions, everything's printed out ready for you, and you've got making up instructions too. It's a lovely little project for $7.99. What do we do?
Okay, now there is a little video on YouTube, so if you do want to follow that, you can do. But to be honest, it's not difficult at all. So when you actually get your panel, you'll see the instructions will tell you to cut out the rectangle piece, like so. And I've just cut around the parameter, pair of scissors, rotary cutter, it's entirely up to you. And then what you'll actually do is, I use a little bit of kind of spray adhesive across there. I didn't bring it in with me today, but not to worry, we'll make it speedy quick. And then you will fold it in half. So those pieces in effect fuse together. Now I wouldn't use anything like your Bonder web, because what will actually happen is it will make it quite sturdy if you've got something like your Bonder web in there. So I did trial it with Bonder web and decided it wasn't right for this particular project. So just a little bit of spray adhesive. And Stuart's quite right. Here you've got the area where you can actually put your needles in place when you finish with them. But also, we were chatting earlier about the sewing advisor on the Husqvarna Viking pattern machines, sorry. And you've got the different fabrics down there, as you can see there. So these are depicted by the little icons that you've got down there. So if you've got a Husqvarna Viking machine, you'll be familiar with these little icons. So you've got your woven light, such as chiffon, organza, silk or satin, your woven medium, as you can see with regards to those, and your woven heavy, as you've got there as well. So you've got those fabrics, you've got stretch fabrics on there as well, which are detailed. So obviously the little icons down the side will relate to those, and then you've got leather and your PU leather. So if you were stitching with, say, a stretch fabric, lightweight stretch fabric, and you're not too sure which needle to use for your project, you just find that image, so there's that image, and you would follow that across. So there's a suggestion here. They are only suggestions. Do a little test first, make sure you're happy with the results, and you would see there that we're suggesting the ballpoint or jersey needle, which is a 70 or a 10 if you are making it with American needles. So you can see all the information is there. But then what you'll do is you'll follow the instructions for it to come together. So the first thing that it will tell you to do is to fold it along the green line, like so, and then you will sew. Now, because I haven't stuck this, I can stitch it. We'll see how it turns out.
Stitch it, let's do it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue because, as I say, usually I spray it so it doesn't move around. But as long as it's all lined up together, couldn't be simpler. You're literally following the dots. So
now,
you've got
Melanie's got in touch.
Okay.
To say, hello all, Needle Keeper is genius, easy to make, and already a sewing essential for me.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Oh, so yeah, as you heard there, really simple to put together. So you're going from 1, 2 and 3. You've even got arrows telling you the direction that you're going to sew in. So you'll go to your sewing machine, just your regular straight stitch, 2.5 inches, millimetres. My brain's not working very well at the moment. Oh. So I'm going to go from that dot. So drop your needle down into the dot. Follow the actual line down to where it says number 2. Stop on the dot or in the parameter of it, doesn't have to be right in the middle, and then just go off towards number 3 and then just run off the fabric edge like so. And then you'll just take your thread out, cut it, and then you'll do the same on the opposite side. So find the circle dots, not the square dots, because you've got those for in a moment. Start off again. So we're going to go on the dot there, stitch through. Now, I know what that is because I actually went off the fabric and I didn't start again. So let's get ourselves in the right position, because some machines don't like running off the edge of the fabric. They like, don't sew with no fabric under the foot because it goes a bit wonky.
Gotcha.
So there we go, down to the dot. Again, I'm kind of in the ballpark. Turn, and then off we go. like so. Okay. So
That's about to sell out.
Oh, okay.
That panel's about to sell out.
can I very quickly show you what we do next? So just so the construction. So all you would do then is cut off the corners like so. And it mentions this in the instructions as well. You would then go on to do the other sewing. So you'd start at the squares this time. So you go 1, 2, hold on, where am I? There we go. 1, 2, 3. You're not going right into the corner this time. And the reason being is you want to create an opening. And then when you've stitched it all together and turned it through, then you end up with something that looks like this, that you then put your walnuts in, and then you stitch it up. And there is a little YouTube video. It's also on your fabric there. Scan that, takes you to the video and takes you through it. But it is literally a 10-minute make. It doesn't take long at all.
Very clever. A message for you. Oh dear, I've had to. I'm gonna have to make these messages a bit bigger for me. You know, I can't read.
I struggle with them too.
Oh dear, I've had to stop. Oh, it says stopping. That's why I couldn't read it. Ironing to buy these great products. So far, rulers, pins, and Easter panels. Great show. Thanks, Mandy.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
I think, apart from Vicky, we're all over 50, and the writing is definitely designed for 25-year-olds.
Absolutely, yeah. Certainly got the wrong eyeballs in for presenting.
Like that. Oh, I can't see. Now, the next pattern we've got is the hobby bag. I have this right here. Look how fantastic this is. Massive doubles. Am I allowed to dive in?
Yeah, go for it,
So you've got a big double zip here. Oh, hello.
Now, this is my sewing bag, so we're in a safe place, aren't we?
Whoa, look at that. So you've got a big zip pocket with vinyl. You have got extra pouches, like leaves in a book, with all these different pockets.
You can actually take those out. So if it's a case of you don't have a dedicated sewing area and you kind of got your essentials in that centre bit, you could put that in your bag to take take off wherever you want to take it.
Fantastic. And then this lovely big space inside. There's all Hayley's essentials, of course. And then down in the bottom, you've got another vinyl pocket, space for your clips as well. And I love how this will fit the multi-mat. Wouldn't be without my multi-mat. And you're also going to be able to get loads of extra notions, fabrics. This could be for your patchwork and quilting. It could be for dressmaking. It could be for your paper crafting. All sorts of different ways that you could make and use this bag. Now, over a quarter of the stock's gone already.
My weekend bits and pieces, things like makeup in there, toiletries, things that if I need to literally run out the door with, I've got everything I need in there.
Yeah. You've also got an open slip pocket on the back and also on the front. So many useful pockets inside this bag. Really comprehensive instructions too. You get loads of templates in here, am I right?
That's right.
13
You've actually got, 30, and there's no tracing or anything like that. It is a full pattern that you've got in there as well. So, yeah. Are you stealing things out of my bag?
No, I didn't even realise that was yours. Oh, look, I've got an extra ruler. Lovely. Thanks. Bye.
So, yeah,
Fabulous.
I mean, you can play around with the internal elements with this as well. So if you like a zipped pocket, you could put more zips in there if you want, or if you just want the hook and loop, you can do that. You just adapt it, but they are all detailed within the instructions and also within the pattern.
Yeah, really, really comprehensive. Full size, great quality template pieces. Loads of instructions in there as well. I mean, you could use this bag in so many different ways. Absolutely brilliant. The kind of bag you'll make again and again. And also just a lovely way of showing off your fabrics as well, isn't it?
You know what? I couldn't agree with that more because, again, we were talking about clothing earlier on today, and we get drawn to fabrics, don't we, for different reasons. Sometimes we see a fabric, just fall in love with it and don't really know what we want to use it for. And those are the kind of fabrics that I think we need to get out there, show them off, whether it's on clothing or whether it's on bags. See it and put it somewhere where you can see it as well.
Yeah, that's true. And I think as well, you know, sometimes there are, you know, we might like to wear plain fabrics, more sort of conservative style of dressing. But a bag you can kind of be a bit more daring with, can't you? Yeah, love that. It's the hobby bag from Handmade by Hayley. 13 templates, extensive instructions, all full size, really great quality, heavy cartridge paper. Over half the stock of this has now sold.
My goodness. I think this is the third time that we've bought it as well.
It's the kind of bag that every crafter needs.
Fair point. Yeah.
Every crafter needs. And also simple enough instructions and method that really, so long as you're confident with your sewing machine, you'll be absolutely fine with it.
And there's a video again.
Videos too. Great. Super. Over half the stock's gone. If you want yours, grab it. I'll keep you posted on how stock is going. Now, next up, we're going to go to the grab and go. The grab and go. Now I'm just going to show you a few examples. This is a fantastic little bag. I mean, this again is one of those essentials, and it doesn't matter what your style is, and it doesn't matter whether you're using these for, this could be for makeup. This could be for, hair care products. It could be dog grooming. It could be cat treats and toys.
Could be anything you like. The rainbow one that you've got there is actually full of kind of arts and crafts bits and pieces. So,
arts and crafts,
yeah, if you want to take things with you. I've got one that's got some sewing bits and pieces in there, and there's one that's always in the presenter's lounge when I'm in that's got my makeup kit in. Yeah. And again, I say about Handmade by Hayley, everything has been made because I wanted it to start with. So the one that I've got all my makeup in there, and it was put in a little box, so as it was a case of that, so I put it in a little bag, so that when we go to the motorhome or go away, I can literally take that and I've got everything.
Yeah.
I haven't had to double up on anything, but you can use them in all. Oh, there's my rotary cutter.
Hurrah!
Put it in a safe place. There you go. I just forgot where it was. So there you go. And the design is, so as you've actually got room for at least 2 takeaway containers, because we had a lot of these in our house, don't judge me. But it was like, there must be a purpose I can use those for other than putting things in the freezer. So you've got room for 2. I think the actual leopard print one that we've got 3 in that one.
Let me grab it and see.
Because you've got quite a deep kind of lid on there, you can put more in there if you're wanting to. But
I'm also thinking
hundreds
as well,
of these have been
Hayley,
made.
I could imagine making this. Yep, three containers there. Yep. I could imagine making these in something like a neoprene.
Okay.
And then using them for toolkits. You could use them for things like maybe fishing floats and leads if you're a keen fishing.
Yeah, I've known some people that have used the and I can never remember what it's called, the stabilizer that you've got, or the wadding that you've got with the heat reflecting on it.
Oh, okay,
yes,
yeah.
Turn it into a little lunch bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, something like Thermolam or...
That's the one, yes, Thermolam. I can't remember what it was called.
Absolutely brilliant. Really, really useful. It's the grab and go. Now, I've got instructions on their own for $9.99. These are detailed instructions with full-size pattern pieces. Okay, all included. This is one of those staple bags that you're going to make a gazillion times. Gifting... Put things in it, gift it, your makeup, anything you want. Absolutely brilliant pattern. Now, I also have some panel sort of kits.
So these are the ones that you were just showing. All of those are on panels as well, but they come with a ½ metre of fabric that you can use for the lining, but it only uses half of that. Basically, it's a fat quarter bag, one for the fat quarter for the outside, fat quarter for the inside.
Cool. So here's the leopard print. Now, you don't need to buy separate instructions. You get instructions set out on your panel. So it's a really great value way of doing it, You get all of your pieces already. Now, you don't get templates, but of course you are getting your pattern pieces set out already. So you just need to cut them out, fuse them. You also get your ½ metre of solid. You'll only need half of that, plus a QR code for the same video that you get with your pattern.
That's it. On some of the panels, I can't remember whether these are them. Sometimes the QR code isn't brilliant because it's printed onto fabric, but it's just Handmade by Hayley if you're looking for it.
Okay, awesome. That is phenomenal value, though, if you think about it. You're getting the instructions printed on the panel, plus all the fabrics for $14.99. What do you use inside the grab and go?
It's up to you. You can use in our form if you want something a bit firmer. I know some of those have been used, or you can use your H640.
Great. We'll
up
get
to
to
you.
that in just 1 second. Let's do the watercolour clouds next. That is this one right here. Okay. There we go. So you get amethyst solid, 1/2 metre. Remember, you only use a 1/4, so you've got enough to make a second bag. And then you've got your watercolour clouds. That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? You could really play around with different zip colours. I know Hayley's used a peachy coloured zip here. You could use lime green, you could use purple, really beautiful. But full instructions again, plus the QR code and all of your pattern pieces for the outer. So presumably, Hayley, you use this as a template to cut your lining pieces.
That's it, yeah.
Awesome.
The first thing that's mentioned on there is the fact that, don't start sewing the outside together until you've cut out your lining bits, because, it's basically the pattern for your lining pieces. I know people out there will use it again, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. You'll make them pretty much as 2 separate bags, and then you'll put one inside of the other and then put the zip in place. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Absolutely great. What sort of level sewer do I need to be?
I would say, a confident beginner, if you've made a couple of bags before. But there's a video for this one as well, so you can go off. And there are a few different techniques for you to actually put them together. So if you find your own technique as well, then that's okay. It's entirely up to you.
Should we go with this gorgeous rose print?
Yeah. Now,
This is lovely.
I don't know if we've got many of these left. I thought that one sold out.
Oh, I've
okay,
got
must
the
have
panel,
gone.
but it's
Must have
sold
gone.
out.
Okay.
Gotcha. So we've got patchwork. Lovely. Thank you.
This is cute, and I like this one.
This is very cute. We love our patchwork. These are little hexagons. Very, very cute. So you get your panel.
If you wanted to do a bit of faux quilting with this one, do it before you actually put the lining in place. So just put your bozel behind it or your H640 and then do your kind of quilting and then go on to doing the construction afterwards.
Yeah, that'd be cute. And you also get your lining, I think, is this cloud or light lining?
I can't remember what that one's called. I'm still getting to know
Chambray.
them all.
Chambray. Chambray. Lovely. Gorgeous. So the thing that we need inside is either H640 or Bozel in our form. Let's go Bozel in our form first. Single-sided fusible.
That's it.
Awesome. 1/2 metre enough?
It is. I actually it was kind of all came together brilliantly because it's again you only need half of what you've got there for one bag because it's a case of that it's the equivalent of a fat quarter.
Yeah.
You probably have some left over to be fair. So
Great.
you'll make at least 2 out of that.
2 bags out of that. Love Bozel. Never throw anything away. Keep it, keep it, keep it. Single-sided fusible, $13.99 for that. Or we could use H640.
You can. It gives you a slightly floppier bag, but if you've got the plastic little containers in there, then obviously that's going to give it some substance. It's just personal choice.
There we go. So again, 1/2 metre, $5.99. This is fusible on one side. You can always tell the fusible side because it'll feel a bit rough, a bit scratchy. And if you scratch it, you'll hear it. If you scratch the non-fusible side, you won't
That's
really
a good
hear
way of
anything
doing
at all.
it. Yeah. I never thought I'd give it a bit of a tickle.
I'm very sensory with my things, Hayley.
I love it.
Fabric talks to me all the time. Right, next up, let's do the really useful crossbody bag. Now, can I ask, is that this one, right?
It is indeed,
I'm absolutely in love with this. This was using the blue Utopia fabric, which has now sold out. But what a gorgeous, useful, take anywhere bag this is. You've got letterbox zip on the front, you've got zip on the top.
You could put an extra pocket inside if you wanted to.
Good. And also simple box construction. So nice and easy for a beginner. That is absolutely lush. Now, let's get into the meat and taters. Let's look at the pattern. So, $9.99 for this. Ooh, cottage pie for lunch, I think.
Oh, lovely.
You know, no, the awful thing, well, it's not awful, it's wonderful. I'm meeting my friend tonight for dinner.
Okay.
At about 6 o'clock. But what that means is I can't really have lunch.
Oh, it's an early dinner, isn't it? Yeah.
It's an early dinner, and I'm thinking if I have anything,
Yeah. Oh, you don't want to spoil it if somebody else is cooking for you. You don't want to spoil
Going out.
it, do you? Yeah,
Going out,
exactly.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, Hannah's being very... so what about going for a pasta?
Well, don't be running around the corner for a steak bake because it's all kicking off
Oh,
today.
I know, I heard. Sainsbury's last week, Greg's this week. So long as our payment systems are all working, our website's working, our Facebook is working. Steph sent, I was just about to say no one sent a message in, but Steph has. She says, Hayley is a lovely, friendly, talented lady. Sewing Street is lucky to have her. She fits in so well.
Bless you.
As for you, Stuart,
Oh, I don't know what she means by that.
you are adored by all.
Hey!
Oh,
I
Steph.
see what you did there.
Lush. Thank you, darling. The really useful crossbody bag. Love it.
Well, lots of people call their bags by different names, and I couldn't think of a name for this, and I just thought it's really useful because the size of it, I wanted to have a bag that I'd got everything that I needed to have there. So going on holiday, it's big enough for me to put my phone in, and my phone is quite a big size, and often I find with small handbags, it's too big to go in the bag.
Yes.
And it's just a really easy one to make up. Again, an afternoon, you can make this up and have it to go with an outfit. Absolutely brilliant. Sorry, Hannah, what did you say then, darling?
Make it, gift
There is a
it.
video.
There's a video too.
I try and do videos for everything because I'm a very visual learner, so I figured that I'm not the only one.
Yeah, terrific. I'm very inspired by the fabric on the front. I just want to mention, again, we had the William Morris Panama fabric yesterday.
Well,
that would be
that's actually done with a half Panama fabric that you're looking at there, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous. Cotton canvas, tapestry fabrics, quilt weight cotton, denim.
Absolutely. That's one I use the Bosal for as well. So the in-R form, again, makes a nice sturdy bag. Yeah.
And actually as well, because you're fusing it to in-R form, which doesn't stretch, you can use fabrics that have got a bit of stretch in
That's
as well,
a good point,
can't you?
yeah.
So if you've got some jersey left over from making a dress and you want a matching bag, and you've rejected it because it's stretchy, doesn't need to be, fuse it to in-R form, be fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, love that. You do some great patterns.
Oh, bless
Hayley.
you.
You do some great
As I said,
patterns.
they all come from inside because I want them. So, yeah. I'm not just
Best
making
place
things
for
the
it to
sake
come,
of
isn't it,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
Yeah, love that. Right, now I've got some Easter panels. Would you come and help me with this?
Of course, like you need to ask me twice. Shall I be the little chicken?
Yes, please. So this is terrific. So this is a panel, and I love, love, love your method.
I just
for
love
making
bunting, and I was thinking one day about origami, and there's a fold called the kite fold, and I was thinking, I often have my little kind of ideas of inspiration just before I wake up for some reason, which is why I've got a notepad by the side of the bed. Look at you there. And I thought, oh, I'll try it out. And then literally it came together so brilliantly. I love it. But on the panel, you've got every single one of the flags. You don't have to necessarily use them all if you didn't want to. You might want to keep a couple, put a little handle on there and make it into almost like a little Easter. If you've got the little mini eggs and put mini eggs in there as a little bag or something.
Or if you're just happy, just do it up to here.
That's it.
Literally, just do happy.
I just put that across the back of a shirt for you. I'm just
Do it.
happy. I'm just happy.
Yay,
So
love it.
yeah.
It's really cute.
And we're going to be bringing more. I had some messages come through because we do a birthday one as well, and somebody was asking about very traditional kind of blues and pinks. So yeah, we are going to go and make some more of those. But at the moment, Easter was the subject, and there you go.
Ah, hello, lovely stitchers, says Elizabeth from Leicestershire. She says, my, Hayley, you are one clever lady. And Stuart, I'd never noticed how blue your eyes are. Beautiful. I'm learning so much.
I don't like to get too close because it looks a bit intuitive. if you get too close,
They're not blue.
they've got more of a greeny hue to them. Oh, now they're going to get. Look at that. Yeah, definitely green. Oh, look at that. You've done that before, I can tell.
Agreed. But thank you so much. Thank you.
They are beautiful. Nice and bright.
Those are the gorgeous Easter bunting, $14.99. Quick, easy, especially with Hayley.
And reusable because you can put it away and bring it back out for all future Easters as well.
Packs down flat
Absolutely.
and just lovely. Instant party, really, isn't it?
And we won't be bringing any more of those those because this is kind of like your last chance to get them and make them up before Easter as well. We've got another one which is Easter blessings as well. Am I coming back?
Yes, please.
I'm going to bring loads of bunting if this is what happens. So here we go. I know a lot of people do like to celebrate, obviously, the original Easter, which is why we have this Easter blessings. So,
smash
So
it.
the religious connotation, should we say, with regards to this
absolutely.
one. So, Easter blessings. And I know this has been a popular one with church groups as well, so yeah.
Yeah, smashing. Lovely.
There you go. Got the
Absolutely
lovely little sunrise there.
gorgeous. Yeah, smashing. That's gorgeous.
There you go.
Really lovely. And again, quick and easy, really effective too. And I think instantly, as soon as you put that up, you're decorated, ready to celebrate. Easter's very early this year.
It is,
isn't it?
yes, yeah.
Very. Although I actually read somewhere that Easter Sunday this year, there are 2 dates which occur more often than any other.
Okay.
And this year's Easter is one of them.
Oh, okay.
So
all
actually,
right.
it's quite common that Easter is
Oh,
this
I see,
early.
right. 'Cause
although
I
it
always
feels
think
very.
I was going to say, I always think of April being Easter, but yeah, I mean, Easter Sunday, I think is it the 31st of March, something like that? So right at the end.
It is. It is.
It's all to do with like the phases of the sun and things, isn't it? I think. Not entirely
Yeah.
sure, but there you go.
Now, another reason why we might need bunting, of course, is for birthdays. Hayley,
I'm ready.
why did you walk back?
There you go.
You're not wasting those.
So this came about
Happy
because we were celebrating Sewing Street's birthday. So we made some
Ah.
birthday bunting. So this one, you've kind of got a bit of drippy icing and a celebration of happy birthday on there. As you can
Love
see.
drippy icing. Love hundreds and thousands.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Can't really have an angel delight without
Oh, a
sprinkles.
few sprinkles on top.
Do you know, if I do angel delight and don't put sprinkles on it, I actually get complaints. I do. I do. I'm like, Charlie, you're 52. It's like, what's that got to do with it? Where are the sprinkles?
It's like the law.
Look, honestly, the life I live. Happy birthday. That's just great. Brilliant price as well, $14.99 for the happy birthday. And what's the length of the finished bunting?
Oh, gosh, that's a good idea. And I did know that in the top of my head, and I've forgotten now. It's a couple of metres, I think it is. I think it's 2 metres. It depends how... well, the binding, it's... Yeah, I was going to say, I think... Is it a couple of metres?
About
Remember?
2.5, something like that.
Yeah. Depends on the actual length of the wording as well, because sometimes, I mean, they fit on with the panels, but some of them, they might be between 2.5 metres.
Do you have to buy separate bias binding?
No, it's all on the panel.
It's all included?
It's all on the panel.
I'm
So-
wondering whether having the binding tool might be useful.
Well, that's what I did with my demo. I was using the Easter one earlier. Yeah.
The 2-inch the 1-inch finish.
Yes.
Stop.
Yeah.
Perfect. Make sure you get your binding tool. Can we just put the graphic, please, for the binding tool on its own, please? Because I think if you're going for any of the bunting, this is a great excuse. It's a brilliant tool, and it's a great excuse to pop it in your basket if you're going for the bunting. You'll use it to create. Now, this time it's not bias binding; it's straight of grain binding. Your tool does it all for $7.99. Best value, though, of course, is to go for the bundle of 3, Le Bondel, the simplified rotary cutting ruler, all your 1/4-inch markings, your patchmaker square that does plain squares, half square triangles and 1/4 square triangles, and your binding square, 4 different widths of binding. Over 40 of them in baskets. Wow. Make sure you check out your baskets, won't you? I don't want you to miss out. And once things start selling out, that's when they can drop out of your shopping basket, which is, we don't like that. We don't like that. We hate it when that happens. We hate it when that happens. Christine's asked, could we have in future some masculine versions, please? And I'd like to put my hand up for those.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. I mean, everything that I bring, the bunting, I've had people suggesting bunting, not a problem at all. You let me know what you want on there.
Yeah.
I've got some that have kind of, in the process, that have got kind of like gaming console things on there.
nice.
So I thought that might be an idea. But yeah, we're talking DIY, we're talking sports. Let me know. Let me know what you want and we'll get it sorted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the American fabric companies, when they decide to do masculine fabrics or fabrics for men, that, you know, they have pints of beer and barbecue
There's always
forks
darts,
and
isn't there?
yeah, and like footballs and beer bottles and
Yeah.
fists.
Yes, yeah. Well, this is it. Fists.
You know what I mean? It's all quite aggressive and
All very,
you know,
"Huh."
yeah, it is a bit. And you know, I'm a man.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't, yeah. So, but there's lots of
It's
other...
difficult though, because so many hobbies cross over. See, I like a good game of darts. Not to play, because that's, yeah, I'm very dangerous when it comes to throwing the darts. But watching darts, I quite encourage.
Oh,
Yeah, I know a
okay.
lot of ladies like Formula One and things like that, and other racing. So, yeah. So it's, but let me know what you want, and we'll try and get that sorted.
Fantastic. Suggestions on a postcard.
That's it.
Can't wait to read them. Right. Okay. We are going to have a look at, now we've had lots of interest today on the Overlocker from Husqvarna Viking.
No problem, no
Would you
problem.
tell us
Shall I have
just
another quick
a
look?
little bit?
Not a problem.
Great.
And I have to say, overlockers have been my nemesis for many a time, because one of the trickiest things to do is actually threading them up. Not so much the top bit, because that's nice and easy, but the actual threading area that you've got with regards to this one. So you've got a kind of hard plastic case for your threads. You'll need thread catcher, which I think is brilliant to start with. I've got a little net bag on mine, and I paid a lot more than what you're paying on this one. Incidentally, it comes pre-threaded, and it also comes with a fabulous pack of overlocker threads as well. So you're going to get this as part of the bundle, but it is already threaded and ready to go. I've changed the threads on mine, because what I always suggest when you're getting to know your machine, I'll turn it around just so as you can see, you've got different colour tension dials. So what I tend to do is use the colours that are the same as the actual tension dials, because what that enables you to do is to understand how each of them work in conjunction with their neighbours and so on. So you can play around with those. But the big thing for me was threading up my machine. Now this machine, you open the front in a similar way to many overlockers, but then what I struggle with on my overlocker is accessing the loopers. You've got your upper and your lower looper, and they're kind of in there, and it's really fiddly. You have to kind of rotate them backwards and forwards. Not with this one, because you literally just open that up and you have got access all areas. So it couldn't be simpler for you to actually thread
Why
up.
aren't all manufacturers doing that?
I don't know, because it needs doing, doesn't it? Why did they make it so difficult previously? I don't know. Now, this one has also got a guide on there, so if you are wanting to use it for your construction, you can slide that guide in and out, so it'll give you inches, it'll give you half inches, quarter inches, and also centimetres in there, so you can use that for your seam allowance. But if you are making anything and you've got troublesome fabrics, as I call it, which might have the woven effect that we were talking about earlier on with fabrics, then you can use your overlocker for not only making your seam, but also for neatening the edges.
So you use the 4-thread overlocking if you're going to construct and neaten at the same time?
Exactly, yeah.
Can we do 3 and 2?
You can.
Yeah, awesome.
You've got your book, and your book is always get to know your machines. The book will show you all the different stitches, the different ways. This is why I always suggest that you put your different threads in there, because you'll learn how to go with these. And if it's a case of that you're not getting the result that you like, the stitch out that you like, just refer back to this, just to make sure that none of those tension dials have moved as you've been moving your machine backwards and forwards. So
and never
that's a good guide.
underestimate how important that guidebook is. Whatever you're buying, whatever machine you're buying, it's your best friend. I know we all go, you know, a manual, and I'm the worst for that.
Yeah.
But it's a mine of information.
Absolutely, and sometimes it just be one little thing. Even if you've been sewing for many, many years, that machine that you've invested in might be just one little thing, the threading up slightly different to what you're used to. Just read the manual and get to know doing the simple stuff before you go on. I always say, when you first get a machine, don't think, right, I'm going to make a wedding dress. Make a cushion, make a simple bag. Just run a bit of fabric through it. Just get used to it. That's the thing.
Make a shacket.
Make a shacket. There you go.
Margaret's got in touch to say, Hayley, your bunting panels are great. Really easy to make. Thank you. Christine says, suggestions for male fabric.
Oh, okay. I'm listening.
Or just alternatives, I should say.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, darts, motorbikes and cars. Sounds brilliant.
All right then. I'll have a little look at those and put
Message
those
on the bottom.
as well.
Hi, bought the Overlocker. It's great. That's from Mary, who's in Lanarkshire.
Oh, thank you. It is a brilliant one, isn't it? So I've actually got some of the fabric that we had on earlier on, and it is a woven fabric. So printed fabrics, you don't tend to get that kind of open weave where you can get the fraying, but you can see what can happen with this. Just handling it a little bit can mean that it does start opening up, which is brilliant if you're wanting to fray it as a feature, but not so much when you're constructing. So all I'm going to do, I've not changed the threads or anything, so the threads aren't right for the project. Just offer it up. You can lift up the lever at the back there to raise the foot and drop it back down, and then that will engage everything. And then you just literally will stitch through. Don't go at it at a rate of knots initially, just make sure that everything is bitten and it's all working well and it's going through nicely. And what's happening is at the moment it's cutting away that thread there, and that's going into that thread basket that we've got underneath there. And I've actually gone slightly off wonky because I wasn't paying attention, basically, but not to worry, but you'll be able to see. So there we go. So that will go through like so. It is cutting off your seam allowance, so make sure that you have got it set to the right seam allowance if that is what you are doing. It's got a little thread cut on the side there if you're wanting to use that. But what I do suggest is, and what I do personally, is I actually make up the garment and then do the neatening afterwards, just in case, because I don't want to cut off any seam allowance and then suddenly find I've cut out too much. So you can see there, you've now taken those fabrics, put them together, and you've got a lovely seam there. So that's what I've actually done with the shackets that I did earlier on, because taking the garment on and off, you need to have either an overcast or an overlock there to get that fabulous result. And to be honest, it doesn't look out of place, actually, those colours.
Those red colours are perfect. Alana's got in touch to say, hi, Hayley and Stuart. Could you do bunting for a christening, please? It's baby Simon's christening in June. Which is adorable. Alana and Simon, P.S. I love darts too.
Oh, there you go. Well, lots of hobbies. So
hands up for darts.
Yeah, let's
I
do the
love darts.
I love darts.
Playing and watching.
Yeah, I've never been to actually watch other than on the TV, but I would love to go down to Ali Pali and Yeah,
or is it the Crucible, or is that snooker?
Oh, I think that's snooker.
Is it?
Yeah. But they've probably got a dartboard somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure they do. And I'm sure they do it in York as well.
They might do. I don't know.
If anybody fancies a game with darts, I'm your man.
Let's get a coach.
Let's
get a coach
do it.
Going.
Let's do it. The Surrey Street Tournament. Hayley, it's been a joy. Thank you so
likewise.
much. Thank you for letting me wear your shackets. I have given them back reluctantly. I will make my
literally
own.
pulling them.
You're coming back in really soon to do the shackets. We're going to organise another show with with more patterns. We'll have lots that time, I promise. We had lots today.
I'm back presenting on Saturday morning as well, so if you fancy joining me for a bit more so. I'm not guesting, but yeah, it'd be lovely to have your company on Saturday.
Fabulous. Thanks, Hayley.
No, thank you.
All right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, I've got the Elna 782. I'm going to be showing you how amazing it is, including the ASR, the Accurate Stitch Regulator for the best free motion quilting ever. See you after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now, I'm glad you've stuck around, because I've been absolutely so looking forward to having this brand new machine from Elna on air so that I can show you my take on it, because you know I absolutely love Elnas. I've got my Elna at home. I love it to bits. And Jane from Elna spent a couple of hours with me a couple of weeks ago showing me this new machine, and I'm super, super impressed by it. John did the launch a few weeks ago, and I know you've been loving it, but I want to give you my take on it. Now, to start with, I'd like us to talk about the price. Now, Elna, we are the home of Elna, and we have those very close conversations with Elna. The price that you can see right here now, £3,799, is the price that Elna would like us to be selling the machine for. This is their recommended retail price, £3,799. However, here we at Sewing Street, we like to go our own way. So we said, well, we want to do this, okay? We want to do this. So we want to knock some money off. £3,599, that's £200 saving. And that's okay, that's quite nice, isn't it? It's quite nice to have a sort of our special price. However, when we launched the machine, John had a really special price, and, you know, I'm a little bit of a competitive person. You know, if John's got something lovely, I want something lovely, so we're going to do this. Yeah, we're crashing again. We've crashed actually £500 off the original price. It's £3,299. That's the very, very best price. And that is what we're doing. Tomorrow, after midnight tonight, it'll be back to £3,599. So you will still make a £200 saving on Elna's retail recommended price. However, if you want to make a £500 saving, get this machine in your basket. You can take easy pay, split pays if you want to. There are 5 split pays available on this machine. I think that's a fantastic way of being able to buy the machine. It's 0% interest. You don't have any forms to fill in. There are no credit checks either. £659.80 today gets you the brand new Elna 782 home with, most importantly for me, for my money, the ASR, the Accurate Stitch Regulator, which I am going to show you. I can't wait to get to grips with this. But a great time to buy. So I wanted to start with the price, just so you're very clear with what price we're going for. Now let's do a price comparison. Now we are the home of Elna. You could go to Sew and Vac in Pocono. That's in America. Just want to give you an idea, but if you were to buy this in the States, it would be $6,999, which today's conversion rate makes that machine £5,514.16. They're not the only place that is selling it. Here we go to, it's almost vacuum and sewing. What is it with vacuums and sewing machines? There we go. £6,999, and they've actually come from £7,999. Wow. I know often we think, oh, America, cheaper fabric and all that, but actually that is a lot more, isn't it? Even with the conversion rate, we're talking £5,500 US price would be. We're the only place in the UK that can do it. And you know, that would be, you know, an opportunity, I suppose, to say, well, if we're the only place, we can sell it for full retail recommended price. However, Sewing Street have gone not one better, but 2 better than that, crashed the price to £3,599. And now today, I've just crashed that price to £3,299 until midnight tonight, because I want you to get this machine home. I want you to try this machine, not just for the ASR, the stitch regulated free motion quilting, but for the professional walking foot, the professional grade 1/4 inch piecing foot, the professional grade needle plate, the 25 feet that come with the machine, the 4 alphabets, upper and lower case, numbers, monogramming, embroidery functions, you name it, the extension table, the knee lifter. I want you to try everything. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Look at all the feet. Look at all the feet. And that's not all of them, actually. Look at all the feet. It's absolutely bonkers. It's amazing. You get so many feet with this machine. Really, I think this is future-proofing your sewing. You've got so many different feet. Dressmaking, home decor, excuse me, patchwork and quilting. Okay, you've got all this. You've got professional grade walking and piecing foot. So if you do things like maybe do dressmaking or bag making that you're making and selling, and you want the most professional results, you're going to get them with the Elna 782. Now, I've been talking a lot about the ASR, and I want to show you that. So look, you get your gorgeous accessory. I mean, you know you're getting quality when all your accessories come in a beautiful box like that. But you get a second box, the shiny red. It's really fancy. It's almost like a treasure chest, and it really is, you know, because inside you have got the ASR, which is your accurate stitch regulator. And it comes with these are metal. These are metal, not plastic, okay? You get your 3 metal, and then you get your one which is plastic, which is like your bullseye, your flat clear view foot, okay? And these are all interchangeable. So you've got a small closed, you've got a larger, you've got your ruler foot, okay? You get your ruler foot included. You're not having to buy this separately. That could be £80. You're getting it included. You're getting your open-toed darning foot, and you're getting your clear view. Any one of these could be an extra 50, 60, 80 pounds, okay? And basically what they do is, here's your stitch regulator. This is your base, okay? And normally, you know, your stitch regulating is going to be on your real, like, long arm quilting machines. So let me just show you again. So to put these on, okay, you've got your little attachment at the top. Literally all you do, slide these on. So you've got these 2 little, slide these on kind of beyond, push them in place, and then click it together. That's all. Real lovely quality. And then just pull it off. So I'll show you with the plastic one. So again, just slide it on either side till it fits to the back, and then click it up. That's it. It's installed. All right. Here's the ruler foot. Here's the ruler foot. Again, you'd normally have to buy that as an extra. That's going to work with all of your ruler systems. And then here's your closed open toe, closed darning foot, okay? So I like the open best, or the clear view, so I'm going to leave that one on. Now, you might well have noticed that it's got a lead attached to it. It's got a jack, okay? So when you install this on your machine, you're actually going to plug this into the back of your machine, okay? So this is your ASR, your accurate stitch regulator. And if you have a look on the bottom, can you see you've got like a little black screen? And effectively, this is a camera. Okay, so this faces down. So while you're moving, so this holds still, of course, this is still, and then your fabric is moving underneath. And what the camera is picking up is how fast or slow you are moving the fabric, and it automatically speeds up or slows down your sewing machine in order to control the length of the stitch and to keep a consistent stitch length. So you choose the length of the stitch on your machine as you ordinarily would, and then your ASR keeps your stitches to the same length throughout, no matter if you're a little bit jerky, a little bit slow, and then fast. And we all do that when we're quilting. Right, what I want to do to give you a proper comparison is I'm going to put the regular darning foot onto the machine, okay? So I've got my screwdriver. I'm going to turn the machine off first of all. It's always worth doing this with the machine switched off. Now you've got a variety of different options when it comes to your regular feet on your machine. So let me just show you here. You've got your closed toe darning foot. So this is non-stitch regulated, of course. Closed toe, you've got an open toe. You've also got a ruler foot. So without stitch regulating. So you don't have to have the stitch regulating. Can you imagine if you're buying all these as extras? You know, I wish sometimes we could do a breakdown of the price and actually start with £3,299 and then start taking off how much for that, and see what you end up with actually for the machine, because I think it would be amazing if you could actually break it down. But you've got these. So I'm going to put the open toe embroidery or darning foot onto the machine. Okay, so little screw there. So nice and easy. The ankle and the regular foot comes off and the darning foot goes on. Okay, so finger tighten first of all, and then just go in with the screwdriver, and you just want to do a little turn just to make sure it's secure. Right, machine can go back on now. The reason why I always turn the machine off is I just don't want anything to move while I'm working. Okay, right, so the machine's come to life, and we're going to do some quilting. So first of all, what I'm going to do you see this t-shirt icon in the corner? So I'm going to click on that, and then at the bottom you can see I've got general sewing, I've got quilting. It's got a gorgeous little feathered quilting motif that I'm going to click on that. Now I've got various options. I might be doing piecing, I might be doing ruler work, I might be doing applique. I'm going to do some free motion. So I'll click on free motion. And then I've got straight stitch number 1, and that is what I've picked. Okay, I'm there. So I've got my foot on. I'm also going to drop my feed dogs. Oh, they were already dropped. Right, okay, so I've got my feed dogs dropped. So now I can do some quilting. Now I've used a thread which is a little bit darker than my cream fabric, so hopefully that's going to show off my quilting quite nicely. So I'm going to drop my presser foot, and I'm going to, now when you're set up for free motion quilting, regardless of what you do, your machine will only take 1 stitch first of all. And that's for this reason, watch. It's taken 1 stitch. Now I'm going to lift my presser foot, and I can pull up on my top thread and bring my bobbin thread to the top. I've now got both my top and my bobbin threads on the top of my work, which means that then it's not going to create a bird's nest or a tangle underneath. Okay, press the foot back down, and I'm ready to free motion quilt. Okay, so I'm going to, now remember, I'm controlling the speed with my foot pedal. And now, most of the time when we're quilting, free motion quilting, we tend to run the machine quite fast, and we're quite nervous. So we're moving our fabric really slowly because we're concentrating, and I don't want to do anything wrong here. So I'm running my machine quite fast, and then I'm sewing really slowly. Okay, I'm moving my fabric really slowly. And I want you to see what that creates. Can you see how short the stitches are? Oh dear, look, tiny, tiny, tiny stitches. And that's because I'm moving my fabric really slowly and I'm running my machine really fast. So regardless of the fact that my sewing machine was set for, 2.5 or 3 stitch length, they're not. They're teeny tiny because actually it's my movements that are creating the stitch length. Right, so I've done that. I've run my machine fast. I've moved my fabric really slowly because I'm concentrating. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try running my machine slowly. Okay, so I'm going to turn the speed down and I'm going to move really slowly. Let's see what I can do now. Okay. So now I'm running my machine really slowly, and oh, hello. Oh, and I see all of the, oh dear, oh no. Wait a minute, I'm ashamed to show you what this looks like. Look. Oh, look, it's almost like tacking. Okay, it's almost like tacking. Right, it's not great, is it? Let's be honest, it's not great. Okay. So, I'm the patron of the Quilters Guild. Look at it. Look at it. Right, let's... So I'm going to have another go. So basically what happens is we spend months, we spend years practicing to try and get consistent stitch length. So I'm going to bring my speed up. Right. So now I'm going to... And this is after years of practice, okay? All right, let's see. So this is me controlling the stitch length. Okay, so it's definitely not awful. It's not teeny tiny stitches. It's not really long tacking stitches either, but there are some that are long. When I was going straight, I was a bit more confident. They got a bit long. And then sometimes they're really quite small, and there's quite an inconsistency in the length of the stitches. So even with lots and lots of practice and being as careful as you can, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to get really, really consistent stitch length. So this is where the ASR, or accurate stitch regulator, comes into its own. So I'm going to switch the machine off and I'm going to put the ASR on. So I'm going to go through the same process that I went to before. I've taken off my darning foot. I'll pop that back in the box. And this time I'm going to grab the ASR. And I've already got the open-toed darning foot installed. Okay, there it is. And you'll see here, we've still got the little slot. This is to go on the needle clamp, okay? So let's do that. So I'm going to undo the screw just a tiny bit more, working from the back. Okay, so that slots on. You'll feel it kind of connect. Finger tight, first of all, and then a little, maybe an eighth of a turn on the screw till it's nice and secure. So that's now installed, okay? But at the moment, my power lead is just kind of sticking out the back, okay? So can you see here at the back, we've got a little, very nicely designed this, a little clicky door. So I'm going to grab the, see if I can, there we go. I'm doing it blind. There we go, it's in. Right, you plug it in. Now we're plugged in. That's now telling the sewing machine that the ASR is installed. That's it, we're installed. Okay, right, now it's asking me, because I turned my sewing machine off and I've turned it on again, and look, it's asking me, do you want to resume the last pattern? If you cancel the pattern resuming, your previous pattern will be deleted. So for example, if I'd just gone to the loo or popped out and came back and I wanted to carry on doing free motion quilting, I could just say, okay, resume, and it would just go back to the previous settings. But I actually want to start afresh, so I'm going to click on the X, and now I'm back to the home screen. So let's go through the process of the ASR. So I'm going to go to the T-shirt, click on that. Quilting, free motion, but this time I want to do the ASR, okay? So this time, now wait a minute, that should have come up as ASR, so let me turn it off again and turn it on. Okay, right. Quilting, free motion, straight stitch 3. Okay, oh, wait a minute. There we go. So straight stitch number 3, I'm in. So straight stitch number 3 I've picked, and ASR. Okay, All of your instructions are in your manual, of course, but it's very simple and straightforward. So I'm ASR, I'm straight stitch number 3. So now I'm set up for stitch regulation. So you'll see now something that we didn't see before for free motion quilting, which is that now I have stitch length. I can control the stitch length. So I can take this up to, say, a stitch length of 3 if I want to, or I can take it down. I can go stitch length of 2.5, 2.4. 2.5 is a nice stitch length for quilting. And what's going to happen is that my ASR is going to keep my stitch length consistent. Okay, so fabric underneath. Drop the presser foot, and I'm just going to hold on to my top thread. So same again, I'm going to start sewing, but actually it will only do 1 stitch. My bobbin thread has come to the surface, and now I'm ready to quilt. Now, what I'm actually going to do at this stage is I'm going to unplug my pedal, my foot pedal, because I don't need to use the foot pedal. And normally, whenever I have people come to classes, free motion quilting classes, who like to quilt or like to sew without a foot pedal or can't use a foot pedal, it's always a bit of a nightmare, to be honest, for quilting, because unless you've got the control, you can't be quilting smoothly and then press a start and stop button. But with the ASR, you can. Okay, so I don't need to worry about the foot pedal. I'm going to press the start button. Now, okay, so I'm going to do a few little stitches. Now, remember that the machine is going to slow down and speed up. So if I move a little quicker, my machine will actually, and you're going to like this, my machine will slow down or speed up depending on how fast or slowly I'm moving. The glide on this quilting foot is amazing, by the way. It feels so good to quilt. It really does. I'm doing lots because it's looking good. And I just want to show you. Whoa, went a bit close there. That's congratulating myself too quickly. Right, let me just stop that. And let's have a little look at the quilting using stitch regulation. So I did go a little bit close there. But look at that consistent stitch length throughout. So even when I'm going around tight curves, the real danger with free motion quilting is when you get to like your kind of open road, if you like. You know, it's a little bit like being in the car. If you're going round sort of, you know, tight country bends, then you tend to drive a little bit slower. But if you're driving along, say, a straight road, it's always very tempting to speed up. And of course, if you're doing free motion quilting where you're controlling the length of the stitch, that is where your stitches can end up being a little bit long, because you're getting a bit carried away and you're going a bit too fast. Whereas with your stitch regulator, it is controlling the length of the stitch throughout. So it means that your stitches are going to be completely consistent. I'm going to do a little bit more quilting. If anyone could grab me a pair of scissors, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks, Jimmy. Just wanted to do a little bit more quilting. Thank you. Brilliant. All right. So here we go. Let's just do a little bit more quilting. So press the foot down. And remember, I'm not using the foot pedal here. So my feet and legs are relaxed. I'm only concentrating on what's going on top. And so I'm going to start. So it's only going to do that 1 stitch, and away I go. Now, let's just do a little bit of Now normally I like to work between 2 lines for a pattern like this, but in fact I can, wait a minute. So you see when I come to a stop, the needle just slows down to a slow speed. So even though I'm going to have a couple of stitches on the spot, it's not like it's running away with me. You see what I mean? Let me just grab a ruler. Little square ruler. Right. Let's just draw myself a few lines. So, yeah, of course, with your ASR, you're still going to practice. But it means that even whether you're doing ruler work, whether you're doing free motion, kind of make it up as you go along, whether you're stenciling a pattern on your fabric first, you're going to have consistent stitch length. So I've drawn myself some straight lines, okay? So let's go back to the machine. Press the foot down. And my foot keeps going to the pedal, don't need to. Okay, so I've taken 1 stitch, pull that bobbin thread up, move it out the way so I don't get any bird's nest. You don't have to think about this. It just does that 1 stitch and then you're ready. So you can press the start button, and if you watch the needle now, you'll see, so it just starts marking time on the spot, okay? So you can take a few seconds and then away we go. So let's do some nice quilt. So what it means, because you're not having to think about the stitch length, all you have to concentrate on is the pattern that you want to sew. So here I'm doing something called ribbon candy quilting. You can do these fatter. And what my ASR is giving me is completely consistent stitch length, which means all I have to think about is what pattern would I like to quilt. So we can vary this pattern up a little bit. Just show you a few variations. So you can see how, and then I'm back at the end, it slows right down. I'm not doing anything, just marking time, and I click stop and cut my threads. So let me just show you there what I was stitching. So you can see here, I've started off with a bit of ribbon candy, narrow, beautiful in a border or sashing. Then I've fattened up the same pattern. It's almost like an Elizabethan collar. Now, instead of kissing, I'm actually overlapping at those points to create a double wishbone, okay? Easy, simple skills. Let's do a little bit more. Let's pop the presser foot down. Let's start. 1 stitch, lift the presser foot. Now I can pull my bobbin thread to the surface, press the foot back down and press start. So this time I am going to stitch a heart, an upside down heart, and then a right way up heart. Did you see how it slowed right down then? And that was to accommodate the slower speed that I was stitching at. Because I was having to stop and think there about what pattern am I doing? Where do I need to be? What comes next? Now normally, if you're doing free motion quilting and you're controlling the stitch length, that's the point at which your stitch length goes to pot. But because I'm using ASR, accurate stitch rate, did you see that? Did you see how it's slow? Look, so it slows down. It's keeping my stitches the same, and then I'm stopping, and I'm going to cut my thread. Now let me show you that pattern. So here's my next pattern. So this is hearts upside down and the right way up, all along my border. And I'm not having to think about anything other than the pattern. I'm not even having to control a foot pedal. Normally, I would cringe if somebody said to me, oh, I don't use a foot pedal, can I free motion quilt? I think, oh gosh, it's really hard because you're running it at a certain speed and you want to keep that consistent, but then you've no real control when you want to start and stop, or maybe if you're going into a tight curve and you would naturally want to slow down. With a foot pedal, of course, you can naturally slow down, but if you're using the start-stop button, you can't. But with ASR, you absolutely can. Now, I just want to show you one more thing, which is a nice, easy way to, so I'm just going to actually grab my pen again. Here we go. So I'm showing you kind of curvy, curvilicious quilting, but I want you to imagine that we'd got something like, let me just see what's the width, that's 2 inches. I want you to imagine that you'd got something like a pieced border, okay, and my border was pieced with half square triangles. And this is what I recommend when you want to practice your quilting as well, that you mark up your practice pieces like this. It could be flying geese, it could be a quilt block, and practice quilting what you want to quilt. So what I want to quilt here is I want to quilt the zigzag. Okay, so I want to quilt down the sides of my half square triangles. I'm still going to free motion quilt it, okay? Now, bit more challenging because we're trying to do straight lines here. And, oh, I'm pressing on the pedal. Oh, it's saying bobbin thread may not be sufficient. Well, let's give it a go. It's very intelligent. It's keeping me on the straight and narrow. Right, we'll see. Right, so what I'm doing now, I'm just following my lines. See, I want to mark time now because I want to reassess. Now I'm going to go up. Do you see how it slows down for me? Okay, I'm going to stop there, then I'm going to go up. And again, the problem with free motion quilting is when you need to concentrate, something goes. And usually that's your lovely stitch length. Right, let me stop it there. We made it. So what I want to show you is, now I definitely need to practice this a little bit more, but so pretty good on going backwards along the straight line. Need to practice my diagonals a little more. But you can quilt in straight lines too. The stitch length is consistent. All I'm having to think about is my pattern that I'm trying to stitch. And I'm going to completely use my bobbin up now. I know, I probably should. You're right. So I'm just going to stitch that again. And just show how you could actually do a bit of free motion in there as well. Now, if you're in a different country, the thread has gone now. But what I was trying to show you here was, look, was that I could go up, down, little curl into the half square triangle, up, down, little curl, up, down, little curl, up, down, little curl. And we're utilising both straight line and curved quilting in the same operation, because you don't have to think about anything but creating your patterns. Now, if you are shopping from a different country and you want to know about shipping to your country, if you go to the bottom of the website page, landing page, right down to the very bottom, you'll be able to see details of where we ship to and what the costs are. Have a look on the website. We are offering a phenomenal deal on the Elna 782, and you can also email the studio. We can forward that to the team, and they'll be able to get you a quote depending on where we're shipping to. But it's such a great deal, isn't it? I can totally understand why viewers who live in other countries want to get involved. A message. What a great demonstration. Thank you, Stuart. That's from Suzanne in Berkshire. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I love doing a bit of free motion quilting. It is really easy to use. Now, that's the ASR, which I am very excited about, and I did want to get on and talk to. I just want to show you one last time, though. Can I just remind you of what my quilting looked like without ASR? The machine was too fast, I was too slow, the stitches were tiny. I was slow, the machine was slow, great long stitches that you can play, you can twang them, no good. Even with years of practice, some nice consistent stitches, and then, oh, I lose it a bit. There's some tiny stitches here, there's a bit of a long stitch here, I'm getting a bit carried away here. But with ASR, consistent, beautiful, smooth stitches. And what's nice actually is that it's not instant. That would be jerky if the machine was speeding up and slowing down in a jerky fashion. It's not jerky at all. So what you will find is where you are turning in and out of curves, your stitch length may go a little shorter as you're going around the curve. You actually want that. You need that to create a smooth curve. If you picked a stitch length of 3.5, okay, for your stitch length, when you went into a tight curve, if it went instantly, you'd end up with straight edges to your curve. It wouldn't look nice at all. So the speeding up and slowing down is fast, but gradual, if that makes sense. So you get that smooth curve. It's absolute genius. It's like the Holy Grail. I've taught thousands of quilters free motion quilting over the last 10, 12 years, and almost every single class, almost every single person has said to me at some point, but how do I get my stitches all the same length? And I say, well, years and years of practice, and even then they won't always be the same length. You have to accept it. You don't have to accept that anymore. ASR. Now, what else does the machine have? Because it does have loads more. It's got 25 feet. Including all of those sort of feet that you might want and expect for dressmaking, for home decor, for quilting. Didn't mention actually, it's got 2 feet like this, okay? Let me just show you. So these are little flat. So there's one that has a closed hole, yeah? And then there's one that's got an open hole. And then there's also one that's this, you could drive a bus through. That's not just open, is that? That's like, you know, legs akimbo. Right, so let me tell you what this is for. So this is a gliding quilting foot. So normally your darning foot hops, okay, and that's how you move around. Your gliding foot glides on the surface, so it's almost like an ice skate or a roller skate. So a lot of people find this a much smoother action. You've got an open toe, closed toe, but you've also got legs akimbo, as I like to call it, which is zigzag. So you pick a zigzag stitch and then you free motion with a zigzag. Now, I wouldn't particularly use that for quilting, but what I would use it for, and I think Delphine would definitely use this for, is machine embroidery or drawing with your sewing machine, because you can obviously get a thin line, a sort of sketching line, an outlining line with a straight stitch, but sometimes you want to fill in an area, shade an area in your thread painting, and for that, a zigzag is much more effective. So you've got your zigzag free motion foot as well. How clever is that? How cool is that? You've got a button sewing foot, overlocking foot, you've got rolled hem, you've got blind hem, zipper foot, of course. You've got a closed and open-toed satin stitch foot. You've got your ruler work foot and also your ruler work foot that works with your ASR, 2 different feet. Here I want to show you this. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So here you've got your professional grade foot. Again, all metal, not plastic, all metal. And you've got your foot that this clips onto. And this is for doing your professional grade stitching. So on your machine, you've actually got 3 different needle plates. Okay, so you've got the zigzag plate that comes on your machine. Okay, you're going to use that for most of your stitching. You've got your straight stitch needle plate, so if you're doing specifically straight stitching, you can use the straight stitch plate, and then it will lock out all the stitches which are incompatible. But then you've also got your HP plate. This is your professional grade foot, and this is what you're going to use with your professional grade piecing foot and also with your professional grade walking foot. I know, right? It's got it all. It's got it all. Also, when you come to change your needle plate, let me just show you how easy it is. I'm just going to lift the presser foot up and out the way. Okay. So normally with your needle plate, you're going to have to get in there with a screwdriver and start mucking about. You don't need to do that with the Elna. Do you see this button down here? There's a little button down here. So when I push on this, the needle plate pops up. It slips out like so. Easy. Let's get the HP plate. There's can you see that? There's 2 little catches here and here. They just tuck under, so easy. And then there's a little bullseye mark on the plate. You just click it, just there, that's it. That's it. And then to get it back out again, push on the button, lifts the plate, slip it out, and slip the next one in. Easy peasy. It couldn't be simpler. Yeah, great. You've also, of course, there's your free arm. You've got a double accessory box. These are like the icing on the cake, aren't they, really? You've got a beautiful, big, sturdy extension table. You've got a knee lifter. It really is Rolls-Royce territory, isn't it? It's Rolls-Royce territory. But also, really importantly, today and today only, you make a £500 saving. I'd hate you to buy it tomorrow and only save £200. Because tonight at midnight, the price will go back up to £3,599, which is still £200 less than Elna wanted us to sell the machine for. However, I want you to save another £300. I want you to save £500 in total. And to do that, check out your basket now. You'll make a saving of £500. If you want to go for split pay, you'll pay £659.80 today to get the machine home. 0 interest, 0 forms to fill in. Get the machine home, try it out, and just see, have a go with the ASR, see what it can do for you. My talkback has gone completely, by the way. I can't hear anything at all. You've got loads and loads of different feet, 25 feet in total on your machine, which is going to cover everything from 1/4 inch stitching, patchwork and quilting. It's things like your button holes and your button sewing feet. You've also got... Thanks, Dan. You've also got blind hemming, overlocking function. You've got your monogramming. You've got 4 different alphabets to choose from. You can do rolled hems, blind hems. You can, I mean, it's just amazing. You also, and I think this is really important these days because lots of us have got rulers for quilting. You get a ruler work foot included, again, all metal construction. You get your ruler work foot, but you also get a ruler work foot for your ASR. So if you want to do, so there are times when I want stitch regulating, there are times when I don't. And so you've got the option of both. You are in control. You won't believe the difference that ASR will make to your quilting. Like I say, it's like the holy grail for a lot of quilters, getting consistent stitch length. And you can spend years practicing to try and get somewhere close to regular stitching, or you can jump straight to the head of the queue, get perfectly regulated stitches from day one using the Elna ASR. Give it a try. You're saving £500 today. It's a brilliant, brilliant day to go for the Elna. Now, something I want. Elna bobbins. Elna bobbins. We've got a pack. You get a box of Elna bobbins. You get, doesn't say, let me see. You get 10. You get 10 Elna bobbins in the box. They've all got what I call a bobbin genie on them as well, this little blue disc on the bottom. You can remove that, but it just helps the bobbin to run more smoothly. And you've also got space for another 15 bobbins in there. Important that you use Elna bobbins in your Elna or Janome machines. You can mix and match, but not other machines. Don't mix and match other machines. Right, let's do the menu for tomorrow. I'm back on air at 8 a.m. We're starting off with Secret Spring Garden Fabrics. I'm ready for spring, I don't know about you. Whew. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got the raindrop cushion, brand new from Sally Ann Harrison. At 10, I'm joined by Yvonne Makatamni with Village Fabrics Impressions of Japan. It's month 2. I know over 100 of you went for this last month. And then at 11 o'clock, we've got the Liberty Shoe and the Flower Basket Pincushions with Sally Ann Harrison. The last hour is actually Perfect Cushions, a whole hour of cushion kits and patterns and panels to make beautiful home deck items. If you've got the Elna 782 in your basket, don't forget to check out. Get it home, give it a go, try it out, save yourself £500. Remember, at midnight the price will go up. It will go up. All right, thanks for your company this morning. It's been fun. I will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. Until then, take care of yourselves.